Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. The city of Oshawa is situated on treaty lands that are steep in rich indigenous history and are the present-day home of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. Today we acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional territories of the Mississauga of Scugog Island First Nation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here today. I think it's safe to say that we will not be invited to be able to sing the national anthem at the Generals game, but we will continue to try and live up to the spirit and be a little bit stronger, and we'll take the lead, of course, from Councillor Kerr when that moment happens. So good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here this morning. We start off by members having the opportunity to be able to make announcements. Councillor McConkey, good morning.
Good morning. Two announcements. First, the passing of Linda Tamburo with great sadness. She affected a lot of people in the community, especially our Accessibility Advisory Group, as a great inspiration. And I would like to thank the Mayor and staff member, especially Policy Advisor to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, Linda Lawson, for taking the lead and putting forward a statement to her family and lowering the accessibility flag that the city designed with Linda's great endorsement and support. It was a truly sad time. She passed on February 10th, and her funeral was Valentine's Day, February 14th, and her husband passed along his great appreciation to the city for the comments. And the other notice would be about the possible closing of the schools this Friday, February 21st. The city has taken the step of opening registrations for children's camps that will be available should the schools close this Friday. Registration has commenced, and if the schools remain open, any registration funds will be reimbursed. Thank you.
Councillor McConkey, thank you very much for acknowledging the great work of Linda and her family, and we just say thank you very much. I appreciate the work you've done on that committee, and I know that Linda was also a friend, so thank you very much. Councillor Marin Pietri, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and good morning to everyone. Hopefully everyone had a really nice family day weekend. We spent ours doing some family activities, dance, soccer, skiing. Food. Yeah, you can tell. I just wanted to begin by offering our condolences, as we have already, but in an official council setting, to Councillor Gray for the passing of his father and Commissioner Monroe for the passing of his father. I just think that it goes without saying that our thoughts and prayers are with them and at this time. And having met Councillor Gray's father, and I just, you know, in the committee meeting when we spoke of it, there's some nice memories that we've had, especially as a family. So I know that he was one of his greatest fans and supporters, and as we know in politics, when you conduct campaigns, your family is your campaign team for the most part, especially at this level. So you know, I've got my dad here, and I'm fortunate. He's been one of my greatest supporters, with my mom in the audience. And Commissioner Monroe, actually, when I went up to the funeral, to the visitation, got to meet his mom, and I know she was down this weekend actually watching the Gens game with the commissioner and the family, and hopefully that brought some comfort. But I understand that he was a big sporting advocate, and actually happened to coach the University of Calgary. Is that correct, or Alberta? University of Alberta, as a 24-year-old basketball coach for, you know, university basketball team. Is pretty big. So didn't get the opportunity to meet him, but I want to again wish my condolences, extend my family's thoughts and prayers. Now there's an item that we did participate. I'm not sure if I made the announcement before, but I know that Councillor Marks attended, because we weren't able to. We had a marathon development services meeting, but the Grandview Children's Center, or the Grandview Kids, actually opened up their satellite office at our old high school. It's Monsignor Paul Dwyer. Now, we're a little disappointed that in general we don't have that head office, or that mainstay in terms of Grandview children and Grandview kids remaining in our city. From what I understand, they're moving to Ajax, but we did have a very big fundraiser at St. Mary's Hall, and it was the Knights of Columbus of St. Gregory's that were out there. I had the opportunity to be there to provide well wishes from council, and also I think Chair Henry, and there was a few councillors from Whitby and others that were there, but there was an auction, and they asked me to auction stuff off. So I'm not sure if they'll do that again, but we raised a lot of money, and one of the items actually, and I always bugged my dad about it, he bought a hockey stick for a lot of money, and when I used to want this particular hockey stick, I was always told to wait for that national sports deal that would happen at 12 o'clock at midnight that we would never be able to get to because we were in bed. But anyways, all jokes aside, there was a lot of money raised. Grandview Children's, or Grandview Kids as they call it now, the center that provides a great deal of service for families in our community, regardless of where they are and what their geographic location is. Their service is to our community, and a great deal of service provided over the last 100 years. So that night we raised a lot of money, and I want to just thank everyone who participated from council and any donations for auction items, and Councillor Marks for attending the satellite opening while we were at the Development Services meeting. So on that, I just turned the meeting over now that it's nighttime, and I've done my announcements.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marin-Pietri. Councillor Neal, good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to take this time to apologize for some things that transpired during a meeting last month. At the January 13th Development Services Committee meeting that took place in the Oshawa Council chambers, where I had been sitting as a visiting councillor, I wrongly used an appropriate tone of voice when communicating with the delegates. And the delegates were Mr. Frank, Mr. Cole, and Mr. Harding. The committee chair and members of the committee, in regards to the residents' deep concerns, to hold a public meeting on the proposed 3440 Wilson Road site. Furthermore, Mr. Mayor, I spoke over the chair at times, which impeded the chair from effectively presiding over the committee. In general, my conduct at the committee meeting was not in keeping with the decorum that makes committee effective in managing the public's needs. It was unnecessary for me to raise my voice and tone towards the affected parties. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, for this having taken place, and I assure all my colleagues, especially those that were present at the committee meeting, that this will not happen again under any circumstances. Thank you.
Councillor Neal, well done.
Thank you.
Well done, sir. Councillor Chapman, good morning.
Morning, Worship. This Saturday, starting at 4 p.m. at the Lviv, is a national walk. We're not going across Canada, but this is being done across Canada. It's called Coldest Night of the Year. Unfortunately, I think we've missed it by a week, because last weekend was the coldest night. By the looks of the weather, it's not going to be the coldest night. Anyway, raising money to help the refuge, which helps youth at risk, youth in risk. And I'm glad to say that I will be walking 5 kilometers, as well as you, Mayor Carter. And if anybody wants to donate to our team, we call it Oshawa Cares, or to us individually, you can go on their website of CNOY, which stands for Coldest Night of the Year 2020. Punch in Oshawa for the location, and you'll find either my name, Mayor Carter's name, the rest of our team, or Oshawa Cares. If you'd like to make a donation, you can make that right up till 3 o'clock on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Kerr, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. And on the heels of the announcement about Grandview Kids and the terrific fundraiser that Councillor Marin-Pietri and Councillor Marks were involved with, I'd just like to bring attention to a terrific community organization called the 100 Men of Oshawa. And this last week at their meeting, 100 men get together, and they each donate $100 at every meeting. And there are 3 community organizations that come in to present, and they have a vote on where they will direct the money that evening to that worthy organization. There are about 35 organizations that are part of the roll of organizations that are eligible to present. And on Thursday, the 100 Men of Oshawa decided that the Grandview Kids would, in fact, receive $10,400 of donations on that evening. I would just like to say that if you are a part of a community organization and you're not for profit and you think that you are in need of funds for a special project or to get something done for our community, that the 100 Men of Oshawa will be willing to add you to the list, and there could be a time when you could come in and present your case, and that they would vote on to support you or another worthy organization. It's a terrific organization, Mr. Mayor. I'm aware you're a member. Also, Councillor Chapman is there as well. And I'm proud to be a part of such a terrific community organization, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. Seeing no other members of council in regards to announcements, I'd like to take this opportunity to state that last week we attended, many of us attended, a press conference that was held by MPP Parks, MPP Cole, and MPP Piccini in Clarington to be able to announce that the business case in regards to the North Track, which is a CP line, coming across the 401, where the existing bridge for General Motors rail spur and connecting to Thornton Corners and going east out to Bowmanville will proceed. This is good news for our community. It'll be appearing in front of Metrolinx this week. We hope that it'll be positively supported by Metrolinx. From my understanding is they have a clear understanding of the impact that this decision will have. Many are saying that this will have an impact on our community and other communities that are associated with it for the next 50 to 75 years. We have been advocating to make sure that this selection of this option was supported. I want to take this opportunity not only to thank staff and members of council for their support and hard work, but educating, advocating, and informing people about why the correct selection was important. And I believe that we are now seeing a business model that will see not only the region, the city, and also partners in our community help offset much of the cost in regards to this initiative happening, but it will also make it efficient for our community. Now, we look forward to seeing positive results not only from Metrolinx this week, but then I hope in the following week we'll hear from the Treasury Board that they are also going to allocate funds to get this project started and ready. And I also have the optimism that we will see shovels in the ground before the next provincial election, as I believe that it will play an important role in the decision of shaping the next provincial election. What I would ask everyone to do is to continue to advocate on behalf of this option, because it will have a significant impact to our community and will change our economics. Our city is a great city. It has faced many hurdles, hardships, changes, and challenges. And this is one item that truly will help us in regards to economic development, bringing jobs and investment. And we believe that it has the potential of bringing over $1.1 billion worth of investment in our community, and an approximately over 20,000 jobs that will be related to it. The last point about this selection is that it also goes to the health and well-being of our residents. More time being able to efficiently, if they have to travel inward to the city to be able to work, it gives them the opportunity not only to be able to get there efficiently, but it also means that they'll have more time with their families, which is the most important thing when it comes to vibrant, healthy cities to live in, and our city is that. So I want to thank our CAO, Paul Ralph, and Commissioner Warren Monroe, Commissioner Diskey, and Commissioner Adams for their work in regards to this file, and all the staff here at City Hall. So I just wanted to make sure that we announced that. Councillor Chapman, additional agenda items, please, sir.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giberson, that report CNCL-20-10 concerning the 2020 tax levy for the Oshawa Central Business District Improvement Area and related bylaw be added to the public consent agenda, and correspondence CNCL-20-11 from Jeff Davis concerning report DS-20-32 to the agenda for the council meeting of February 18th, 2020.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. It's been moved in second. All those in favor, need to see your hands, please. Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Declarations of pecuniary interest. Councillor Marin Pietri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have declaration on DS 2032 as my spouse is a business owner contributing to the BIA. as well as any correspondence relating to that. I believe that there was an item added to the agenda, as well as correspondence from Mr. Davis, CN, CL 2011.
Okay, and you've got that in writing, sir, I presume?
Yep.
Okay, we'll make sure we collect that. Any other declarations of pecuniary interest that need to be noted? Madam Clerk, I'd like to make a pecuniary interest on DS 20-32. This relates to the levy that is being proposed for the BIA. I'm a BIA member and an owner of property in the BIA. Also related bylaw 22-2020. This is the bylaw that relates to this report, DS 2032. I'd also like to make a declaration of pecuniary interest in regards to the additional item that was added this morning, CNCL 20-10. This is a tax levy bylaw. Again, I'm a BIA member and a property owner in the downtown core. So I make those declarations and also hand you those. If there's any additional correspondence, I'd also like to make sure that that declaration is undertaken, which is 2011. The city of Oshawa is in the process of developing a parkette to be named in the honor of the late Dr. B. George Blake, who was a psychologist and a specialist in helping individuals with addiction and health challenges. Council approved the naming of this parkette during our Black History Month in 2019 and is an example of the city of Oshawa's commitment to embrace, celebrate diversity in our community and aligns with the city's diversity and inclusion plan. Members of council, I'm pleased to advise that the city of Oshawa has proclaimed February 2020 as Black History Month. This proclamation will be presented at a separate event later this week. I'd like to now invite Dr. Leroy Clark from eCamp Mentoring to provide a presentation concerning Black History Month. Dr. Clark, you've been here before. Thank you very much for being here this morning. You know that it is a 5-minute time limit, so I thank you very much for being here. And the floor is yours when you're ready. As long as you press that green button and make sure your microphone is on, pull your microphone a little bit closer so that we can make sure that we can hear you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel difficult turning my back to the audience. However, it is a pleasure to be here, members of council, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure and a privilege to address council this our 5th annual Black History Month presentation to the city of Oshawa. I know a number of my members would be here today, but with the change in the time, I'm not able to, a number of them were not able to do that. My wife, Sonia, and my daughter, Lenore, are here as members or represent. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I will begin by quoting the late Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., when he said in his very last Sunday service back in 1968 that racial injustice is the black man's burden and the white man's shame. It is an unhappy truth that racism is a way of life and a disease that must be eradicated. The problem is that it will not go away by just waiting on time in appalling silence, as some seemingly good people are doing. Until we are able to impact the power structures and systems of our society through policies, procedures, and practices, racialized people will continue to be oppressed and underrepresented. In this presentation today, I'd like to basically trace where we have been in the past 4 years. Today is our 5th presentation, annual presentation. So here we go. The first slide, and I think I need to press this myself. So this is what we're doing to Black History Month. And by the way, an error there, it's 5th annual. So And 2016 is the first time we did present, and we explore the past to conquer the future. We looked at identity and achievement, and back then it was the 165th year in the city of Oshawa that Black people were actually here. So that was kind of seminal. 2017, we look at Black history, and that was Canada's annual sesquicentennial, and we looked at where we are, where we were, where we are, and where we need to go. In 2018, we looked at the year of decade for the advancement of people of African descent, recognition. And so we looked at recognition, justice, and development. 2019, we looked at some individuals that we would certainly want to recognize for their contribution, of which our mayor just mentioned Dr. George Blake as one such individual. Today, 2020, I would like to address a bold vision for diversity, equity, and inclusion with respect to Black African Canadians in the city of Oshawa. The only aspect of this that I'm going to address is an ideological framework for this. I wanted to go home with something, and I don't want to overwhelm you with that. So I'll leave you with looking at a framework for, as well as dramatizing the aspect of the impact of equal opportunity. I think time is going to be on my side here, but if the opportunity exists to further develop this, I'd be certainly happy to do that. I just want to bring to your attention the work of a educational sociologist by the name of Paul Gorski, who developed a foundational framework for how we address issues of inequity. First of all, we need to think about how we are addressing the issue. Are we addressing it from a deficit ideology in that I speak of a deficit ideology from the perspective of that people are where they are simply because they are lazy or they don't want to go do anything about it. So their conditions are responsible for where they are. The second aspect, and by the way, this is not a binary thing, it is a continuum. The second part is a grit ideology. That is, if we only help people, if we just give them some help, they'll be able to flourish and move forward. Not a lot different from what deficit ideology is. What we'd like to move forward with is more of about a structural ideology, where institutions take responsibility for disparities, and dominantly the result of addressing structural barriers. So, for example, what if someone could not come to a council meeting? It might be that if you were looking at it from the perspective of structural ideology, you'd say, well, we would adjust ourselves so that community members could present at meetings.
Dr. Clark, just hold on a sec. Can I get an extension for 2 minutes? Councillor Kerr, second by Councillor Chapman. All those in favor of an extension? Opposed? That's good.
Thank you. Okay, I will.
Thank you,
I will
Dr.
move
Clark.
through. Thank you. So, I had a video I'd like to show, but I don't think there will be time for that. So, but I would really love you to see it, so I will send it forward, and clerk could share this with the.
How long is the video, Dr. Clark?
It's 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Yeah, but it's good.
Oh, I see.
If you will indulge.
Would that be the ending of your presentation if we allowed you to play that video?
I had a young man who was supposed to be here. He looks like he's not here, so I suppose I could.
So the video would be
And then you could ask questions.
Okay, so why don't you roll your video, and then we'll go to questions. How's that?
Okay.
Very, very generous today.
Okay. So,
I'm just glad you didn't say it was 34 minutes.
okay.
Thank you, Dr. Clark, for sharing the video and also your presentations. Questions to the delegation this morning? Councillor Giverson, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Worship.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Clark, again for your presentation. Always appreciate you coming and speaking to council, and also being willing to not just talk about the celebration of Black History Month, but also some of the harder conversations that we still have to be having as a community. So I just wanted to first thank you for that. Just in line with the theme of some of your words and the video this morning, sometimes we hear the word resilient, And I think that there is truth in the word and the concept of resilience, but I think that some of your words and the video this morning really spoke to the fact that it's not enough for society at large to ask individuals to be resilient, but there's that structural picture as well too. Would you say that I'm somewhat on the right track, that resilience is not enough?
Absolutely, absolutely. What the research is showing is that, yeah, institutions have a responsibility to put in place those affordances that will allow oppressed people to move forward. And I suppose it would be easy to say what questions you would ask if you want to give up your responsibility as an institution. What are some of those questions? And that's an exercise that would be a worthwhile one, I think.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your presentation this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Iverson. Councillor Marin-Pietri, good morning, sir.
Good morning again. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Clark, and for your family for coming out today and presenting to us. I think the presentation was very well done. Obviously, you put a lot of thought and effort, and there's a lot of work still to be done ahead of us. I wanted to know whether or not you were willing to present to the region of Durham at their council meeting, and if you thought of that, because I think it would be helpful to have that level of attention.
I'd be happy to present anyone who would listen. I'd be happy to do that. In fact, I could go on for one day, but of course, the time is not there. Thank you.
So maybe we'll just offer through you, Mr. Mayor, some information or the contacts of clerks there so that we could get you scheduled to come in. Again, the presentation would probably be happening at 9:30 in the morning, though, because that's when the council meeting is held at the region of Durham. So just a heads up there, and we'll do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions, Dr. Clark, thank you very much for your presentation. To your family, thank you very much. Thank you for the work you do in our community and carrying on the conversation about what the video especially outlined as an important issue to be able to address in a way that fosters communication and dialogue and respect on both sides. And I think that it's an important exercise that we continue to explore and continue to work with. So I've known you for a long time. I appreciate the work you're doing in our community, especially with youth. And I look forward to learning much more from you as you move forward. So thank you, Dr. Clark.
Thank you. And I just want to remind you of the 20th to be at the Children's Aid Society, whoever can make it, at 6:30 on Thursday the 20th.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clark. Greatly appreciate it. To your family, thank you.
Thank you.
And have a glorious day.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, folks. Trent University Durham has withdrawn their request to address council regarding close item DS 2022. So we'll move on there. We have correspondence. It's CNCL 20-09, Oshawa Public Libraries request a new library to be built in the next 5 years. Councillor Marin-Pietri, I understand that you have a referral motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to refer this item to staff as part of our development charge update.
Yes.
So that we can deal with it accordingly.
Okay, you're moved, second by Councillor Marks. Question, no questions in regards to it's a referral, sir?
Yeah.
So is it just timing, sir?
Yeah, the timing I'm having here is the next review of the development charges bylaw is in 5 years.
Okay, so let me just get a clarification.
should actually-
CAO.
It's actually a lot
Ralph.
sooner than that.
Ralph, hold on, folks. One speaker at a time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Carter.
Thank
So
you.
Councillor Nicholson, we have to, Bill 108 made some changes to the Development Charge Act that we have to now consider in an update. And we included in the budget this year money to update the Development Charge bylaw to comply with Bill 108. But in addition to that, the province put in place a community benefit charge. So this would now be considered as part of that Development Charge and Community Benefit Charge update and creation of that later this year.
Councillor Nicholson.
Well, actually, that's what I was going to say.
Thank you.
That it is a community charge issue, not a development charges issue.
that's-
The second point is I want to make sure that we're sure on this, that by referring it for consideration as part of the review, we are not committing ourselves to the construction.
No.
Because quite honestly, we can't afford another fire hall, let alone a library.
I appreciate the comments. It's a referral. We're referring it to staff to do our due diligence. That'll be undertaken. It's been moved and second.
It's unfortunate that we ended up debating that through that process, because I would disagree.
Thank you, Councilor Marin Pietro. I appreciate it. This is a referral. I just wanted to go to staff, so I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Just give me a second here. Well, that's it. So the next item is CNCL 20-11011, which is Jeff Davis report DS 2032 regarding BIA levy. Councillor Chapman.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giberson, that it be received for information.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. A moment, please. Sorry, folks, it's just a different format today, so I do apologize about being a little slow off the mark. Councillor Chapman, you have a motion to adopt all items on the public consent agenda. Is that correct, sir?
I do. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giberson, that all items listed under the heading of public consent agenda for the February 18, 2020 council meeting be adopted as recommended, and I will be pulling CS-20-11, please.
Councillor Chapman, could you also poll the declarations on the BIA,
okay, then,
please?
DS-20-32, along with bylaw 22-2020, CNCL-20-10, along with bylaw 23-2020.
Just a moment, please. Is it CN 2010? And BL 23 2020, is that correct? And they're together? Okay. Sorry, I just want to end the DS 2022. Was that full? Yes. DS. Sorry. Here we go. Sorry, folks, just give me a second. Yes, right. And then this one. Okay. This one? Okay. All right, good. Thanks. Okay, other polls? Councillor Giberson?
DS 2028. It's on the
DS?
yeah, on the closed section of DS.
We'll wait till we get to the close, though, sir.
Thank you.
So I'll come back to you for anything on the close, okay? Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, I may have heard incorrectly, but just checking that we're pulling CS, not DS, CS 2010, please? That's
CS
the
2010?
Youth, Frontenac Youth Services item?
Okay. You want that pulled?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Gray? Good morning, sir. Did you have your hand up, sir? No? Thank you. Councillor Nicholson? Good morning, sir.
Council, I'd like to pull CS 2012.
Eligible
Eligible
requirements for
requirements.
reduced membership rates? Yes,
Right.
sir.
CS 2017, Rainbow Crosswalk Online Survey.
Yes, sir.
Corp 2005, Effectiveness of Accessible Parking Regulations and Enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And CNCL 20-8, Council and Committee Meeting Schedule.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Councillor Neal? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. CS 2015 and CS 2016.
Just a moment, please. CS 2015 pedestrian concerns at Jack Glen and Glen Hill Boulevards, pedestrian concerns at Ormond Drive and Naples Street. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other polls? Councillor McConkey, good morning.
Morning. CS 2011, this full snow clearing of sidewalks.
It's already pulled?
I'm sorry. CS 2036, the Town of Whitby resolution passed by the Council of Town of Whitby concerning the rapid transit.
Just a sec. DS 2036, Town of Whitby forward resolution on the Whitby concern of Durham Scarborough Bus Rapid Transit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
CS 2020, the Durham
Sec-
Scarborough,
CS?
sorry, DS.
Oh, DS 2020.
Durham Scarborough Bus
Yes.
Rapid Transit Project Public Information Center 2.
Okay.
DS 2034, funding for the transit-oriented development evaluation exercise for the Lakeshore East GO train extension.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands on the remainder. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. We're going to be methodical about this. As you know, all the items are presumed moved as we start off. So I'm going to start at the top of the list, which is CS 2010. This is the Frontenac Youth Services extended time limitations for parking permits. This is being referred to staff, Councillor Kerr.
Yes, I know, but there's a phrase missing from the referral.
And what is the phrase, sir?
For a direct response.
For a direct response? Okay, so you want to make an amendment to the referral for a direct response, is that
Correct.
correct? Okay, moved by yourself. Okay, second on the amendment, please. It's just a word piece. Councillor Nicholson? No? Okay. Direct response, thank you, Councillor Gray. All those, yes, you want to speak on a referral direct for staff?
I would like
Timing
to
on-
place an amendment.
You have it in writing?
I say delete the words for a direct response.
You want to, so you want his amendment to be able to come forward and defeat it, and you don't, and your amendment is to defeat it.
I'm trying to understand the rules as you've
Okay,
done.
so
There was a recommendation to refer to staff.
Refer to staff for a direct response.
Councillor Kerr tried to add the words for a direct response.
Refer to
That was
staff
not voted on.
For a direct response.
It was accepted as, seemed to be accepted as a friendly amendment.
No, I asked, I
Are you
asked it as.
going to a
an
vote?
amendment.
Failed for a second.
I asked for mover. I got a seconder on Councillor Gray. That means that I've accepted his amendment.
And it's now on the floor?
Yes, sir.
All right, then I don't need to do an amendment, I just want to speak against the amendment.
Okay.
There are other parties involved with the parking issues on Richardson Road South adjacent to the plaza where Frontenac Youth Services are involved. This is not simply a matter of the city and one organization, basically trying to reach an agreement. There is a plaza directly south of the organization, which I can tell you is empty more than it's not. I don't know what they looked at that option or not. The Richardson Road South section of that road is not curbed and guttered. It is in, want a better word, abysmal shape now. I'm concerned about what impact parking on that stretch of road might have on further deterioration of the road. But basically, I just want whatever staff recommends is the best course of action to come back through the committee structure so that council can understand what staff is doing, and if council supports it, that's fine. If council wants another course of action, council have that right. A referral for a direct response takes the entire matter out of council's hands and allows it to be dealt with administratively. And I think this is far beyond an administrative matter, and I would hope our staff would contact area residents to seek their views as well, not just deal with a single party.
Okay, thank you. All right, the amendment's on the floor. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote called by Councillor Kerr. Thank you for asking for that, by the way. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri? Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst? No. Mayor Carter?
Yes.
6 affirmative.
6 affirmative. It pass on the motion as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Thank you. CS 2011, it's been moved. This is referral to advisory committee. Councillor Chapman.
Yes, this is a referral. I just want a recorded vote, please.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, referral.
I'd also pulled this one.
It's a referral.
That's right, but we just did a referral with an amendment. If I could add an amendment that this be referred as well to KPMG, who did the report on, just recently,
Okay.
on our winter
Right.
clearance.
Okay. I'll need a seconder on it. Seconder Councillor Neal. That's the amendment on the referral. And could you put it in writing for me, please? Can't speak to it. It should be just KPMG. Madam Clerk, can you, thank you. Okay, that's
Recorded
the
vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Just for clarity, Mr. Mayor, is this an amendment to the referral?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So recorded vote has been called by, on the amendment first, it's been moved in second. Recorded vote has been called by Councillor Chapman. Madam Clerk?
If I could,
No?
well, the wording it's missing.
We're
over.
taking exactly, I understand, from what was on here.
Provided counsel.
Okay? Okay?
Recorded vote.
No, it's already been called by Councillor Chapman. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please.
Councillor Chapman?
No.
Councillor Giberson?
No. No, sorry.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
No.
Councillor Kerr?
No.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes?
Mayor Carter?
No.
8 negative.
8 negative. The referral, Councillor Nicholson, I saw your hand first. On the referral,
Yes, I'd like to make a further amendment.
and the referral,
Is that in the motion that's being referred, that the words "be received for information" be deleted.
you got it, right at this particular time, what we have on the floor is it, so as it sits right now, the following motion to be referred to the advisory committee, what is on the floor right now is receive for information. So the receive for information needs to be defeated before it can be referred. Is that correct? That's correct. That's what-
Council has made no motion to approve this correspondence as a committee recommendation.
I'm taking the recommendation of the.
I asked the clerk to reconsider because she is misunderstanding the rules, in my view.
This is receive for information.
No, I'm looking at, maybe the clerk can help me. I'm
says that
looking
the
at a motion that says that the following motion,
Be referred to an
referred.
advisory committee for
and
its
then the
comments.
motion is a committee motion. It's not a council motion.
Okay?
And what I'm saying is if council wishes to amend what is being referred, council has the right to make that amendment if we disagree with what's being referred.
All right, let me check with the clerk then.
I'm simply asking the clerk to reconsider.
Through the chair, at the committee, what was moved was a receipt for information, and that's what's being referred to the advisory committees, not the notice of motion.
Does that help, sir?
Well, the problem I'm having, and maybe you can assist me or the clerk, the problem I'm having here is I have a committee that's made a decision, for whatever reason. The committee is asking council to ask the advisory committees the opinion on their motion, not on a council motion. We've not approved the motion that's before us. It's not a council resolution, it's simply a committee resolution. But council's being asked to ask our advisory groups to comment on a proposed motion that it has had no input in approving or developing. I have no problem with the motion as is written. If there's a period after the word city, then we're asking our advisory groups their opinion on the proposal. But by adding receive information, we are slanting the request. We're asking their approval not on whether there should be a, quote, a proposal to city assume full responsibility, on whether or not they agree with the committee's recommendation, which is absurd. Like, why would we ask an advisory groups their opinion on a committee recommendation? Why would we not simply ask them on the proposal and then formulate our position once we get their response? We're presupposing their answer. So that's the problem I'm having as a councillor, is I'm being dealt out of the process of consultation because my vote's irrelevant. I'm given the choice of either asking the committee's recommendation to go forward or having no consultation whatsoever. And that's why I'm saying that it's an abuse of the rules. I think council has the right to set its own agenda.
Okay?
The clerk, seems the clerk's not changing her mind.
Madam Clerk, your interpretation, please.
Through the chair, what happened at committee, the notice of motion was not moved. They simply received it for information, and what the committee said was to refer that to the advisory committees. So what's being referred is whether or not to receive it for information.
All right. If that's your ruling, then I can only suggest that we defeat this motion and substitute it as an entirety minus the words be received for information, so that we're not slanting the entire process in favor of what the committee wants to do.
Okay. Well, we've got a motion on, we have a request for a recorded vote on the item itself. It's a referral, so.
Amendment to the referral.
We're going to make this as complicated as we possibly can get.
Well, I just think
So-
right now, as it stands, if I'm understanding the clerk correctly, although it could be assumed that advisory committee members could go and look at the item, what they're actually being asked to comment on is a receipt for information.
That's correct.
So my amendment then will be to attach the notice of motion to the referral, so that it would be referring the notice along with the,
I want to check on that because that's not what was done. It's contrary to what is in front of us at this particular time. This is exactly what the committee had requested, and that's what's in front of us.
the committee had
at
not
this time.
requested that. The committee, it was moved, but the committee never passed a receipt for information.
Well, it was referred, the receipt for information was referred to the advisory committee. That's what's in front of us at this particular time.
So
The clerk
will
is
the-
stating that that's what we're dealing with at this
So will the
particular time.
notice of motion be attached
No.
to the?
No.
So that's what we're asking. We're asking
Yes.
if they agree with the
Yes.
receipt for information.
Yes. So either vote it up or down. Okay. Madam Clerk, recorded vote by Councillor Chapman.
Councillor Chapman?
No.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst? No. Councillor Kerr?
No.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes?
Mayor Carter?
No.
8 negative.
Thank you. That's it, right? Okay. So let's move on. CS 20-12, eligibility requirements for reduced membership. Councillor Nicholson, you have the floor on CS 2012.
Just a point of order so I can understand.
Yep.
CS 2011 has
We're pa-
just been defeated by
Yep.
council,
Yep.
and there is no
No.
referral?
No, there's no other motion.
All right, I would like to make another motion on 2011.
We've already dealt with that item.
No, you defeated it.
Yeah.
I'd like to move a
Nine-
replacement.
All right. Do you have it in writing, sir?
I do.
Thank you. Read it, please.
It's the exact same motion that we just dealt with, less the words "be received for information." Simply ask the
So just
advisory
to
bodies,
refer
the
it to,
advisory groups to ask their opinion.
thank you. Moved by yourself. Who seconded it? Councilor McConkey. Good. Okay.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote. Madam Clerk.
Excuse me, point of order.
And the point of order in regards to procedural or,
Yeah, speaking to this now, because
no?
a motion was defeated.
Right. We've got a motion
It's a new
on the floor,
motion.
right?
It's
and
a new motion.
referred. It's referred. There's no discussion on it. Yeah, it's going to. Is that the motion that you put forward, Councilor Nicholson? It's a referral to the advisory committee for comment. Is that what you wrote out?
Okay, no,
Okay.
well, not quite.
Well, let's, what's written here, please?
My motion was that the following,
I've got it right here. It says,
all but
except be received for information.
The wording in the council agenda is that the following motion be referred to the advisory committees for comment. Quote, the city council,
Except the receipt for information. You want
Yeah.
the receipt for information taken out.
everything except be received for information.
Okay,
That's
thank
what-
you.
And once you've got that resolved, I'd like to speak on it.
It's a referral. We're not going to be chatting about it. unless you want timing.
Just direction.
Direction is to the advisory committees, and timing, I would presume, would be as soon as possible.
And you've solved my issue.
Okay. Correct?
Right?
Thank you. Moved in second. Recorded vote, Madam Clerk, by Councillor Chapman.
Councillor Chapman?
No.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
No?
Councillor Hurst? No. Councillor Kerr?
No.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
No.
7 negative.
So
Referral
on a
loses.
point of privilege, Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
just so I can understand the process now.
Yes, sir?
The committee recommendation was defeated.
Yes, sir?
The other request for a comment from our advisory board is defeated.
Yes, sir?
Where stands Councillor Giberson's resolution now?
It's not in front of us, and it's dead.
So it's dead. We basically said we're not going to change the status quo at all.
At this particular time, that's correct.
So to revisit
Council's
this issue,
decision, yes.
someone else would have to make another approach to the CS committee.
Yeah, through committee. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Moving on, CS 2012. Councillor Nicholson, you pulled this, sir?
I'm not going to debate this ad nauseum because I think you all know my opinion on our rate structure. I'm simply asked for a recorded vote so I can vote against it.
Okay.
Because again, it's the status quo, and once again, we're a do-nothing council.
Thank you. I don't think it was, yeah, I think we've got to choose our words very carefully because do-nothing council is not a fair statement in my opinion. So, yeah, so it's received for information, recorded vote. Councillor McConkey?
Yeah, I would like to speak to it.
Sure.
Because I wanted to add, if this passes, I think this should be also having the region investigate, because we do have a lot of region signage on regional roads in the city. And it's the motion here says position said signs at locations acceptable.
So
But-
let's just hold up a sec. We're at CS 2012,
I'm
which is
sorry.
eligible requirements for
I'm
duties
sorry,
membership.
I'm not on the same, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, call for recorded vote by Councillor Nicholson, please, on the item.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
9 affirmative.
Okay, passes. Moving on to CS 2015. Councillor Neal, you pulled this. This is the pedestrian concerns at Jack Glen and Green Hill Boulevards, and this is for staff to investigate. You have the floor, sir.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to verify with staff if they had contacted the residents on actually 2015 or 2016, because I just want to be clear that this is what they want, or the residents discuss something different, because I think after the meeting, I asked if they could contact the residents to clarify.
Okay, so I just want to clarify your comments, Councillor Neal. Was there an inquiry made in 2015 and 2016? Is that what you're saying, sir?
Oh, the inquiry was made just recently.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard 2015, 2016. Good morning, Commissioner Diskey. How are you this morning, sir?
Through you, Chair Carter, I'm great.
Good. It's a good-looking tie this morning, so I'm going to volley it over to you to answer the question to Councillor Neal. So you have the floor, sir.
Through you, Chair Carter, I'm not sure if staff have contacted you yet. I know we've given them the information, but I will report back shortly. Okay.
Do you?
No, that's fine.
Okay, so we'll make sure that that information, and maybe you can have a sidebar on it.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Neal, you've got 2016 pedestrian concerns at Ormond Drive and Naples Street. This is also staff to investigate the need for a pedestrian crosswalk at the intersection of Ormond Drive and Maple Street. You have the floor, sir.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I'll just leave through you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Thank-
So we'll ask Commissioner Diskey, can we take that? Thank you very much. Seeing no other comments, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Just give me a sec, please. CS 2017. This was pulled by Councillor Nicholson. Good morning, sir. This is the Rainbow Crosswalk online survey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two amendments.
Two amendments?
Yeah. I'll
Can
do
we
that.
deal with them one at a time if you don't
I
mind?
was hoping to do so.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your
Thank you.
first one, please.
The first one is that a Part 1C be added
Part 1.
as follows. That the pedestrian crosswalk located at Lakeview Park Avenue just west of the Jubilee Pavilion.
So you want that part of the survey?
Part of the
those
survey.
three, okay,
To have three rather than two.
okay,
And that paragraph 1 be amended to replace the word 2 with the word 3.
okay. So those are the two amendments, is that
No,
correct?
that's one amendment.
Oh, that's one amendment? Okay, just a sec. So can we, let me just grab that one. Do you have the other one in writing also?
I do.
Okay, can you memorize it as you,
It's a very simple amendment.
and that is?
The Part 2 be deleted.
Okay, so I need, do you have a seconder on your amendment? You moved it, seconded by Councillor Giverson. Okay, so we got that. And then on Part 2.
We deal with that separately?
Okay, so we're going to deal with the first one first, and then we'll deal with the second one, which is 1C, a new C. Okay, so we'll deal with that first, and then I'll come back to see how we do on this. Just take a gander at it, make sure we've captured it correctly, sir.
Correct?
Okay. Did you ask for a recorded vote on the amendment?
I can, but.
Yeah, I think that would be a
Hoping to
good
speak to
idea.
it just very briefly.
Yep.
When we had a number of debates regarding this issue, the location of the pedestrian crosswalk at Lakeview Park Avenue, just west of Jubilee, was raised in debate as a potential option. And if we are going to survey the public on potential options, I would just like to have all those that were raised to be added on the list, saving except for Athol, which for other reasons, the regions decided not to allow.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other comments, it's been moved and second. Madam Clerk, a recorded vote on the amendment as appearing on screen. When you're ready, by Councillor Nicholson, please.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes?
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giverson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor
Yes.
Petrie? Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
10 affirmative.
Boy, that's a good morning. Okay, we passed that one. The second one is you want the deletion of item 2, that the survey include the following?
Correct.
Questions? Okay, do you have a seconder on it?
Yes, Councillor Giverson?
Councillor Giverson is your seconder on it?
Just to speak to that, if
Yeah.
I could. I was very surprised when I saw this motion. We have been dealing with this issue for almost a year now. We have had many delegations, we've had discussions. Every discussion we had has been about where, not if. I believe if this Part 2 were allowed to continue, we're sending a clear message that not only is the location undecided, but whether or not we're even having one is undecided. I think that's a repudiation of the commitment that the council made in the previous meetings. We've never had the issue raised that we should not have one. To ask the question basically is asking whether something is popular or permitted rather than when something is right. Now, we just had a presentation this morning on Black History Month where we talked about how people put barriers and don't recognize the obstacles that people face when dealing with racism or discrimination. One way that this council has shown, and many councils have shown, that to recognize the struggle of those from the LGBTQ community is by the identification of a rainbow crosswalk. It's a message of support, it's a message of inclusion, it's a message that says we recognize the struggle and that we are on your side. If this council would end up being the only one in Durham Region that would not take action to recognize that struggle, I think that would be a black mark on this council. It would be a black mark on the city, unfortunately. I don't believe the debate on this particular issue should ever be about if. It should be about where. We can debate where we think the best location can be. And we have divergent opinions on that. But so far in this debate, I have not heard a member of council raise, or by motion or otherwise, that we should not have one at all. And therefore, I think if we don't exclude Part 2, then we're sending a message to the community, and especially to the LGBT, I never get these words right, LGBTQ community, that we may not do anything. And I think that's the wrong message. And I think it's a message that would be of exclusion. And I don't think that's the message that this council wants to send. And I simply ask council support to allow the survey to go ahead, but let it be about where, not if.
Okay, Councillor Mayor Petrie, good morning again, sir.
Good morning. I think if we take a look at the timeline of when this issue first came to our attention, and I would call it more of an initiative than an issue, and I would call it more of a desire than an initiative. I'm not going to speak to either side of the equation. I'm just going to give you the timeline, because I don't even feel we should be entertaining any questions. I think we had the ability to be able to put forward, as we did at the region, within one meeting, a location where we were going to honor and pay tribute and show our respect to the community. And that was offered up through you, Mr. Mayor, by Councillor Kerr. I remember seconding the motion. I remember the location being one of the most official locations that you could possibly have in our city, which was City Hall. It included, and whether you like City Hall or not, this is what we have in Oshawa. This is our civic square. This is our headquarters. And I think that was offered up in good faith. That meeting took place before the region decided whether to install and where to install their rainbow crosswalk. We were the first to deal with this item. We were well ahead of the curve. I think we're about 13 months after, and we're still deciding whether to do it, whether to ask, who to ask, how to ask, when to ask. I believe in community consultation, but at a certain point, I think we have to make a decision. And I think we've heard loud and clear from anyone that's in the community that's involved. There have been communities, through you, Mr. Mayor, who have simply, painted a bench and put it in a gazebo. We are looking to go much further than that because of our, deep and I think genuine desire to make sure that everyone is included in our community through you, Mr. Mayor. And you're the first one to show that on all levels. And I think that this council will be willing to make a decision today, and I think it should. I think we know exactly where the community can be best represented and paid respect to. I think that the motion, either of the motions or amendments that are being put forward are done in good faith as part of community consultation. So I'm not going to argue against either side, but I do fundamentally believe that we've debated this. We've sought community consultation. We need to make a decision, the same decision that we should have made 13 months ago. So in my opinion, just as one of the votes on council, I will not support either of the pieces of the motion, because I think either way, we should decide today where this crosswalk should go. And I fundamentally believe that it should go where we decided it was best representative of our official, regard to the community, and that being at City Hall. If someone were to tell me that City Hall is offering you a place that will reflect the values of inclusiveness of our community, would you like that place to be recognized as such? First thing I would say is yes. Not what about here, or let's just wait and see whether or not someone else says somewhere else. That's just me. And as part of an inclusive council, an inclusive community, there are differences of opinions, and someone may not have the same opinion as I do. But I do believe, as the Vice Chair of Works at the region, as soon as this item came up, we said, yes, this is where, get it done. 1, 2, 3, and it's there. If you drive into the regional headquarters, it's been there for 13 months. I think it's time that we make the commitment and get this done and make sure that people understand just how important it is to reflect the inclusiveness of our community here at City Hall.
Thank you very much for your comments. Councillor Giberson, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Just in regards to the amendment that's in front of us, I'll just echo Councillor Nicholson's comments that we've already nailed down the question of if it's just a question of where. I am a little bit concerned about having a question like that on an online survey, that there may be some particularly ambitious opponents that might organize a campaign, and sometimes you have to take a little bit of leadership on questions that council has conviction on. I think that this should be one of them. Whenever we do new parks in neighborhoods, whether it's existing or new neighborhoods, when we're building new parks, we don't survey the local residents to ask if they want a park. We ask them for their input on the features of the park and the recreational characteristics of it. But once there's a decision that it's an appropriate need in a neighborhood, in a new area, or an existing area, once that need is identified, the decision is made to put a park there, then we ask for input on the specifics. And I think that that's what this particular matter is at this point. It's not one of whether there's this council believes there's a need or not. We're just trying to determine where we're going to put it. And I think that putting that extra question in there, I think that it's the potential to open up a can of worms with, a very organized negative, narrow but organized negative contribution to the survey that could potentially skew what we're trying to do here and take leadership on.
Thank you. Councillor Gray, good morning, sir.
Thank you. Well, I moved this amendment at committee, and I stand by it. First of all, it's important to ask the public whether or not they want such a thing. I also see these particular symbols as divisive, as not inclusive. And the reason why I say that is I look at the example to our neighbor next door in Clarington, where a neighborhood put one down, and within days, somebody had scrawled something on it. Somebody did a burnout on it, basically expressing, I suppose, a hatred. Why would we open ourselves up to that kind of why would we allow something like that? To me, it's more inclusive if you don't put that. I don't see a crosswalk as being something it's something you walk on or tread on. And I hearken back to my cemetery days where a lot of the faiths dissuaded people, if they got a flush to the brown marker, from putting anything biblical or from the Quran, because now you're walking on the Word of God. And so this crosswalk would be seen as a symbol for the LGBT community. Now you got some haters walking across it, maybe digging their feet in a little harder because they want to scrub the paint off. others who may indeed be very joyous when they walk across that crosswalk. But I think it opens up our community to further expressions of hate. I don't want to see that. I don't want to have to think every day about anybody's sexual orientation. What they are is who they are. I think our actions speak louder than words. We have anti-discrimination policies here at the city. That's the stuff we continue on. But every time you put in a crosswalk, it becomes a symbol for others. I don't think we need it, but I might be wrong. Let's go with the survey and let's find out. Those are only my opinions, but if you solicit the opinion of the public, maybe they're going to confirm that this is necessary. Maybe they will confirm no, because I've heard from people who feel it's just an enormous waste of money. Is that another reason to not put it in? I would rather say to members of council, accept who people are, but we don't need these kinds of symbols that can attract expressions of hatred. Just not necessary, in my opinion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gray. Councillor Hurst, good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship. I'd like to echo Councillor Gray's comments, but the last time I checked, we lived in, I'm referring to about the Part 2 question. The last time I checked, we live in a democratic society, and people are allowed to express their opinions. You may not agree with what they say, but you'll defend their right to say what they have to say. And asking this question, I think, it's just out there. Let's ask the question. And I'm like Councillor Gray. There's people who say to me that they don't see the need for it. They question the cost, which I brought up before, and that was slammed against me, that I was apparently hiding behind something which was totally opposite from the truth. But again, we live in a democracy, and if we can't ask a simple question like that, then I think we really should have to take a harder look at ourselves collectively. It's been, unfortunately, it has in some communities been a volatile issue, and that's not what we want to do. And at the end of the day, it's a very sad commentary on all of us, collectively, the whole community, that we have to put up symbols to advance the basic human rights of everyone in our community. I like to echo what Councillor Marin Petrie said too, that it was, about putting a crosswalk up here at the Civic Center, the Civic Square, like where else, where everybody comes together. And it seemed to be in my mind, I thought, okay, well, that's great. And then I'm thinking, well, we have 3 different crosswalks here. And I'm thinking, personally myself, I'd like to see one for First Nations. I'd love to see one honoring our war veterans. Like, we could go on and on and on, but
Councillor Hurst, let's
wrap it up. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I just wanted to the point of deleting number 2.
Deleting the question.
About asking the question.
But asking the question, and not everyone is keen, for whatever reason,
okay,
to install a rainbow crosswalk, no matter where it is within the city limits. So that's all I'm saying. And not everyone is keen on it. And I think they deserve the right to weigh in on it as well. And it's just a simple yes or no. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McConkie, to the Part 2 of deletion.
Thank you. I actually had my hand up when it went to the vote about adding in the location at Lakeview Park. If I could ask staff, at this point, how much are we looking at in costs to doing the survey and installing
Let's just stay on number 2. Right now, we've got an amendment when we have
Well,
the
I have
full
a question to staff.
Right, we can come back to it. I just want to stay on number 2, which is, should we, the question itself, the amendment is to delete number 2. If you want to ask that question, wait till we deal with this amendment, and then you can ask that question at that time.
Thank you very much. So,
thank you.
About the deletion, the question is, why would we take it out now that it's there? Now that it's there, are we hiding something? I'm sorry, I have no problem with a rainbow crosswalk other than they tend to look pretty faded after a while. But if someone is, are we saying if someone is saying, we don't want to spend the money on this, are we saying that they're being very intolerant
No, I think the question is just, should we or should we not install a rainbow crosswalk? I think that's just the clarity about asking, along with the other things, about should we or should we not? It's yes or no for those that want to participate. That's all the question is. It's not about money. It's not about anything else. It's just on the principle,
Well,
do they agree or don't they agree?
I just need to know a little bit more behind this, because if we're asking it and we get like 51%, I mean, it's like that clarity issue with, Quebec. At what point do we say this is actually going to make a difference? If we're asking it, is it making a difference on anything? I don't know if I could ask staff who put this together.
I mean, it was brought through from committee in regards to adding, this was an amendment that was added into the overall ask of the survey. The survey results are going to be coming back anyways. They're going to be reporting back through Community Services Committee. It'll be up to committee and then back in front of council again. So all that information will be available once it's gathered and tallied.
Okay, so once we have a survey, I mean, really, what's our policy with surveys on this particular question that we're asking?
I think we're following our approach. The question was put forward and amended and passed by committee. We've asked it to include in the survey, and I think staff have been instructed to do so. They're going to follow the instructions in regards to getting the question out there.
Well, the problem I have with asking questions that really don't have any weight then, if council in the end is going to make a decision on everything that's before us, and it's all very subjective, but when we put a question out there, at a certain point, do we have a policy that says, well, we're looking at a certain percent to have more influence on the direction council's taking?
I'm just going to, because it goes through committee and council, it's committee and council's decision. It's not staff's decision. It's committee and council's decision. So once it goes to committee, if it's 51% or if it's 94%, committee will make the recommendation to council. It'll come in front of council, and council will either support or not. It's not up to staff. Staff are just going through the process of gathering the information, putting the survey together, collecting the information, and presenting it to committee. That's it. It's not staff's decision.
I understand.
It's committee and council.
Council's decision ultimately, but I hate to be asking a question just simply to make it look in a certain way that we're doing something. In the end, like, I don't know if we obviously don't have a policy then when it comes to surveys.
It's the direction of this is for it to report back to committee. Staff are not going to make a recommendation. Committee will make a recommendation. That's the process, and that's the correct process. That it goes through committee, committee makes a determination, that recommendation will go to council. Full council will have an opportunity to vote on it, either support or not support it.
Well, if I could just maybe clarify what you've just said, because every report that we see from a survey has a staff recommendation.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. We're not debating surveys. We're asking if part two can be deleted.
Right. And it's just part two that we're saying. So part two is, do you support deleting it or not deleting it? That's what's in front of us right now. The rest of it can come back and have a discussion.
But where I'm coming from is just digging a little deeper on this. But if that's, I understand that I've maybe worn some people's patience here, but I think it's valid that we have a basic survey, because we do get staff recommendations on every report that comes forward.
Thank you. But it's always committee and council's decision. It's always. I want to make that clear. Committee and council make the decision.
I understand that.
Thank you. Okay, let's go.
I was asking the question because there is a question here.
We're done with this. Part two is either you support deleting it or you don't support deleting it. That's what's in front of us. That's the amendment. Madam Clerk, did you ask for a recorded vote, Councillor Nicholson?
I hadn't, but I will.
Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giverson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
No.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
6 affirmative.
6 affirmative. So that is deleted. Number 2 is deleted. On the overall motion, Councillor Chapman.
Just for clarity, the motion, which number 3 is now number 2, because we deleted number 2, it says that the staff report back to the Community Services Committee with the survey results. It doesn't ask them for a recommendation, it reserves.
That's correct.
So question number 1 got X number of yeses and X number of noes, or whatever, all 3 of them, and then committee and council will make the recommendations of 1, 2, 3, or all.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor McConkey. On the motion as it sits,
Right.
number 2 has been deleted.
Thank you. So thank you, Councillor Chapman, for pointing that out, because what I want to refer you to is a survey that actually we haven't had a report back on, the changing of the street name of Athol Street. And I understand there'll be a recommendation that comes from a survey. And so when something comes, ultimately, I think everybody here is aware in the public and at council that the decision-making process, it involves us absolutely at the end. But when we say we're doing these surveys, are we just doing them to appease someone, or do they have any merit?
No, Councillor, I'm going to stop you right there, because the reality being is that this was part of the process that the committee felt was an important step to move forward and make sure that input was put in there. And I applaud committee for doing that. And those results will come back to council, and council will make a decision in regards to it. I got to be honest with you. I am absolutely with Councillor Marin Pietri on this. It's 13 months. Let's get it done. Like, it's just enough
Okay,
is
so
enough. We've
a
been
question
kicking this
to
thing around.
staff on this, if you don't mind, Mayor Carter.
Please.
So now we have 3, and
Yes.
it's all about priority of where we're spending taxpayers' money, in
Yes.
my opinion. How much is this costing?
I think the estimates were between $7,000
now
and
that we have
$10,000
3.
each, which would mean anywhere from $21,000 to $30,000 to be able to install the 3 proposed areas for the crosswalks.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Let's move on. We're moving to Corp 2005, effectiveness of accessible parking regulations and enforcements. This is to report back on potential amendments. Councillor Nicholson, good morning once again, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
pulled
Mayor.
this, sir.
Yes, I did. First of all, I'd like to request a recorded vote on the item.
Recorded vote, Madam Clerk, when appropriate. Go ahead, sir.
Just briefly to it, I raised the issue at the Corporate Services Committee. I can tell you from my personal experience in the last 5 or 6 months, as I've had to make use of the accessible parking spots, the number of non-authorized vehicles that are located in these spots is surprising to me, far more than I ever expected. In some of the facilities, we have large commercial operations. I can tell you in one instance, the parking spot for the young mothers with infants was closer than the accessible parking spots. At the hospital, the accessible parking spots are further away than some of the staff parking. I think we need to look at 3 items. One, what is the appropriate enforcement, and should we look at the penalty and whether we increase it or change it or do something with it? Currently, it's $300. It's amazing that we handed out 900 citations last year with a $300 fine attached to it. Now, some were rectified administratively, but that's a significant number. And I can tell you that probably represents less than a third of the actual violations that are out there. Secondly, we have a number of standards that were set 20-odd years ago on how many accessible parking spots are available, and I think they have to be looked at again. There are some locations that need more accessible spots than they currently have. In some locations, it's 1. And if somebody parks it all day, then you have no accessible parking spots. We may need to look at, quite seriously, at time limits of how long someone may utilize an accessible parking spot. It's not there for all-day parking. It's supposed to be so people can have access to the facilities in and out, not so somebody can park and leave their vehicle there all day. And lastly, I just believe it's time for us to work with our staff and to work with our advisory bodies, especially those in the Accessibility Advisory Body, to see if we can improve both our response and the effectiveness of the service and possibly enhance the service to our community. It passed through committee unanimously. I wanted to thank the committee for its support, and I simply ask council to support the recommendation so we can take a longer look at it.
Thank you. Councillor McConkey, to the item, please.
I wish to thank Councillor Nicholson for the motion. Fully support it, but I have a question of staff.
Please.
The city has a consultant, I think it's IBI, that's been doing a parking study for the past year and a half. And have they taken into account the accessible parking spaces in the downtown especially? Because that's where I've heard a number of complaints.
Commissioner Monroe, good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Mayor Carter. I'm very well, thank you.
Good. To the question, please, sir.
Through you, Mayor Carter, that when IBI was retained, they were looking at the parking infrastructure within the downtown was one of their key tasks, and that would include the accessible spaces.
When this is having staff investigate, then could we give direction that IBI be brought in to the concerns that we have?
Commissioner, it's part of the information that's coming forward, is it not, sir?
Through you, Mayor Carter, it is part of the information that's coming forward. They're coming down to the short strokes in terms of the study, but what I can do is I'll take a look in terms of the information that they've submitted to date, and I can circle back with Councillor McConkey at that time.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Councillor Marin Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just to staff. About parking, if you've got on-street parking within the downtown, you've got a veteran license plate or an accessible license plate, would they not both qualify for parking at no charge?
Commissioner Monroe, is that your understanding? Or is that for Commissioner Adams? You want to punt it over to her? Good morning, Commissioner Adams. How are you today?
I'm doing awesome. Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you. To the question, please.
Yes, absolutely. So through the chair, yes. So they both don't have a fee.
So technically, any on-street parking is available for accessible use or for veterans with the appropriate license plates or permits.
Yeah, that's what I understand, Commissioner.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
There you go. Councillor Chapman.
Just to add on to what Councillor Marin Pietri is saying and circle back to what Councillor Nicholas is saying, question to the Commissioner. There was discussion on length of time. So our meters downtown are 2 hours. Yeah. So somebody with either one of those plates parks there, do we mark it for 2 hours or are they allowed to stay there all day?
Just a moment. We're getting an answer. Commissioner Adams.
One moment, please. I think we're just checking the bylaw.
Thank you.
I think you should be able to park there as soon as you need this one. Didn't you? No, I understand that, but if you have it.
Commissioner?
So we have an answer. So
Yes.
accessible is up to the time posted. And for veterans, it's mostly 24 hours, but there is a variety.
Okay. Councillor Chapman, you still have the floor, sir.
No, that just goes back to what Councillor Nicholson was saying earlier about somebody parking in a space all day. It sounds like you can only park if it's 2 hours on this on-street parking, if you have a handicap sticker, then you can only park there 2 hours. And I mean, there's a lot of people that park in our lots with accessibility stickers that go to work all day or go to the hockey game or something. So this will have a look at it, I'm sure, so.
Yeah, I again, as you know, we have people that have accessibility issues that are entitled to be able to have the sticker. If they're working with the doctor or they're at our hockey game, I think they should be entitled to park there as long as they're there.
Yeah, and I think this motion will cover that because we've now brought it up and talked about that. So I know staff, I am confident that staff will take that away and look at it.
Absolutely. Point of clarification, Councillor Nicholson.
And the last answer, staff says that they can only be there for 2 hours. Given that they're not required to buy a ticket on the machine, how does one check how long they're there?
I think they chalk the tires.
Well, I don't think that's happening in downtown.
Well,
so.
I could tell you that my tires have been chalked many times. So I know that the downtown patrols do that, sir. Yeah? Yeah, no, they're very, that's one thing they do really, really well, which I'm not all that pleased about, but they do it really well.
Lots of ways of doing it from my experience.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Nicholson asked for a recorded vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Mark?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Oh, yes.
11 affirmative.
11 affirmative. Moving on to DS 2036. This is the resolution that was passed by the town of Whitby. You'll find it on page 73 of your yellow DS if you want to refer to it. Councillor McConkey, you pulled this. This is received for information. You have the floor.
Thank you. Yes, I actually pulled this from the info package. I was interested in hearing a conversation that actually was happening at Development Services earlier in the meeting that had to do with the report from Metrolinx talking about this Durham Rapid Transit, the Pulse Bus coming through the downtown of Oshawa, and Whitby's position on it. Very much like I understand the City of Oshawa's position, they have grave concerns. And during the meeting, when they were questioned about Whitby's position on how they intended to revamp Dundas Street through the downtown of Whitby and King Street through our downtown, that Whitby was telling them that yes, they had major concerns, but there was something that the Metrolinx delegation said that they seemed to have worked something out. And I'd asked staff if they could check on that. And I wonder if they got any word back, if Whitby still is concerned as that letter read.
Commissioner, the piece of correspondence had requested Metrolinx to be requested to consider design alternatives. To the question of Councillor McConkey, please.
So through you, Mayor Carter, the meeting with Whitby staff and Metrolinx has not occurred as yet. It'll be scheduled. So it's currently unscheduled, but Oshawa staff are planning on attending the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. You still have the floor.
Thank you. And I appreciate hearing that. And I'm sorry I didn't get back to you further on this because I'd forgotten this was something that interested me very much. The other aspect of this, and I really hope that we have some collaboration, strong collaboration between the town of Whitby and Oshawa on where this is going and how this will be presented to the public, because it's quite interesting what the Metrolinx plan is. But I think when we're talking to Whitby, if we can actually also talk to them about Manning Avenue, because the project that's going to tie up that east-west arterial road of Highway 2, is really going to be detrimental to our transportation for a while, because I don't think it's going to happen overnight. And the thing is, Manning has been on the books for years and years and years. In fact, if I could ask our CAO, Mr. Ralph, if you recall me emailing you back in 2014, we had a letter from the region that said it would be in 2020. It's now 2020. I don't know where it is in terms of an update on that Adelaide Manning, east-west.
Good morning, CAO.
Good morning, Mayor
Ralph,
Carter.
it's good to have you here. I know that that question refers directly to the correspondence of the Whitby, so can you try and tie those two dogs' tails together, please?
Through you, Mayor Carter, to Councillor McConaughey, I do recall the conversation, and it is a regional project, as Councillor McConaughey said. I don't know the status of it right now, but I can certainly follow up with the regional works to see what the status of that particular project is.
I also think that Vice Chair Mayor Pietri may be able to help with that also, so just to let you know. Go ahead, you still have the floor.
I appreciate that, because if we are having these conversations about transportation through our downtown with Whitby, through their downtown, we should be addressing the need to get that Manning Adelaide connection. And I understand the holdup has been Whitby because they have the bulk of, I mean, we're pretty much at the border there with the end of Adelaide Street, and we're really relying on Whitby. So if we can involve that part of the conversation with this one, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nicholson?
I'm going to support both 36 and 20. In principle, I have some grave concerns about the whole concept. We are spending an awful lot of money moving people from Oshawa to work in Toronto, and not as much money moving people across this community. For want of a better word, this community tends to run north-south. If Metrolinx was serious about a rapid transit system, I'd like one on Simcoe Street, taking us from the university in the north all the way to the waterfront. That would make more sense to me. And then hooking into our upcoming GO Transit rail stations. If we're going to encourage people to use GO Transit and to use people to use the rail system, why are we building a competing transit system across Highway 2? What we should be doing is moving people from the downtown to the GO station and onto the trains. First of all, it's good for the environment to get people off the buses and on trains, especially in the long term if they get electrified. Then it is to continue to build a transit system on a bus routing system through the middle of our downtown, where the argument from Metrolinx is, well, we don't care about the impact it has on your sidewalks, your pedestrians, or your buildings. We just like our bus route. Whitby, quite rightly, has raised the argument that it doesn't fit, that its impact on their downtown will be negative, not positive. It is my opinion, under the current design, any of their options will be a negative impact on our downtown, not a positive. I simply cannot fathom an idea of taking 2 lanes out of our current road system on King Street and turning them into dedicated bus routes. And the only solution that Metrolinx is putting forward is, if you need more traffic through our downtown, is, well, take out the sidewalks and widen the road and bring the vehicles even closer to the front of the stores. It just doesn't make sense. It flies in the face of all logic. And I'd rather see our staff, I mean, first of all, I'm going to support the recommendations because I think it's important to send them a message that we're not happy.
Yep.
But it's also important that we ask them to look at an alternate transportation mechanism that moves vehicles north-south to connect to the new GO train system. I mean, that GO train system should be the premier routing for moving people from Durham and across Durham into Toronto. The ideas of moving buses along Highway 2 all the way into Scarborough, I just think is a non-starter. And I think any money we spend chasing that is a lot of money wasted. If Metrolinx and the province were really serious about moving transport, they would finance early our GO system expansion and a north-south connector both in Whitby and in Oshawa to move transit people south to the GO system and use the GO system as the main link into the Toronto market. That's how it's done in Europe. That's how it's done in other communities. Once they have their main line, they connect to it. They don't do competing main lines a mile and a half apart. That makes no sense. We don't want buses competing with trains. We want buses augmenting trains. That's how things work.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor Pietri.
I don't think you could have said it any better than that. Okay. I think Councillor Nicholson is 100% right. I've always felt that way. It feels as though He's
Councillor Nicholson wants to hear that again.
Well,
That
he
was
sounds
what?
like me circa 2003. Like, I've been preaching this for the longest of times, and I think that when you consider Metrolink's, I guess, understanding of where Whitby wants to go or doesn't want to go, and where others may want to go and where we want to go, I think the long and the short of it is whether we even need to go down this route. I think it's the wrong project. It's been the wrong project for a very long time. I know a lot of individuals will criticize and say, well, you're opposing public transit or the augmentation of public transit. But hold on a second here, folks. Building a project for the sake of saying that you're improving public transit that really doesn't improve public transit is really taking away from the public transit that we should be building. And I think Councillor Nicholson explained one of the methods that we should look at in terms of augmenting our system. But I think the most important aspect of public transit is the one that moves us within our communities to appointments and to facilitating, our schedule as people. And it's not just a question of whether you can afford it or not. It's becoming a matter of convenience and also a matter of choice for some. Public transit is actually very well used in Europe and other places in our country. If you look at places like Montreal or Vancouver, I don't think that they're wrong to take a look at improving public transit, but I just think that this is the wrong project. And if you look at physically, geographically, running this train or whatever service you want down Highway 2, I think conventional wisdom will tell you that whether you're coming through Pickering or Whitby or Oshawa and then heading into Clarington, Highway 2 is our downtown corridor. We'd love to see this kind of activity, maybe running the other way, north and south, because most of us need that. But how are we going to do that with only 2 lanes of traffic on some of the areas in Highway 2? So I think we need to take a look at, and if anything, if you want to do an east-west, maybe take a look at Winchester or Taunton Road, where you can actually facilitate this. And I would argue, if you look at York Region, in Vaughan in particular, everyone celebrates York Region's transit system. Well, Highway 7 is where it runs. It doesn't run in a corridor where you can expand the transit, unless they're willing to expropriate the entire downtown in Oshawa and Whitby. That's where I stand, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. 11.3 million people are on the Durham Regional Transit System now. There's a lot of discussion in regards to what is the best fit for our community. This goes back to the advocated education and empowering those that don't live here, that make decisions about maybe reconsidering decisions that they've already set in their mind. As you know, the north-south route on Simcoe, there's been a lot of discussion about LRT that would go from our stations and traveling. And number 2 is, I believe that the Simcoe route is the most used, highest population use of all routes with DRT. Councillor Giberson.
I'm going to respectfully offer a counterpoint to some of the comments that were just presented by members
Against
of council.
transit?
No, against
okay.
no.
I was going
to. No, the comments that seem to be concerned with the Highway 2 direction that Metrolinx is looking at. I also speak as a transit user, and that's in suburban type communities. That's quite uncommon for politicians to be regular transit users. You see it a little bit more in more dense urban areas. The Pulse bus right now, particularly during peak hours, many of those buses are packed. You have to wait for one bus to go by in order to get on the next bus because there's just no room on the bus that's coming by. In terms of moving really large numbers of people, I agree completely with the councillors who just spoke. The GO train expansion is the best way to do that, without question, particularly for those who are headed downtown Toronto, where there is a high density of jobs that are there. I also do agree with my colleagues who made mention of the fact that we need to be shifting some of our conversation towards what do we do in particular in our conversations with the province to tell them that it's also equally important that they be working with us to create employment in our communities so that fewer people even have to take these long distance transit trips and can maybe rely on local transit to get around. That's a big piece of that dialogue for sure. We can throw a lot of money at these large transit systems, forgetting that sometimes what we're doing is we're taking provincial dollars and federal dollars to subsidize businesses that are growing in areas that already have way more employment than we do, when we could be using some of those resources to grow employment in our own city. I think that that's a shift in our conversation that we need to be having. But on the matter that's in front of us today, the Highway 2 line is very, very, very busy. And to use an analog, if you look at the city of Toronto, where there are subway lines that are, again, very busy, that run east-west, for instance, the Bloor subway line, a kilometer away, they've got the College Street streetcar that does, really high capacity. You go further down, there's the Queen Street streetcar. And these are distances that are even closer than the one that we're talking about when we compare the GO train line and the current Pulse line, but what they're looking at for a rapid transit. So there are a lot of people who are making that trip between Ajax, because there is a corridor there where there is a higher density of employment, amenities, things like that. So I want to make sure that we don't throw away the importance of another significant corridor that in fact is very used right now and is going to expand and continue to be so.
Whoever that was, bless you. Just a reminder that the resolution that we've supported, that council does not support widening of Dundas Street, which is Highway 2, to 6 lanes of traffic through Whitby. So that's what we're supporting because of, I think it's the constraints that are there, and also that we support their endorsement about considering design alternatives, which I think is, and that they want us to, that they're going to organize a meeting with Metrolinx, and that this resolution was passed forward. That's what's in front of us right now. Councillor Kerr.
Well, I had lots of comments about the whole system, but if we're really looking at just what Whitby's talking about, then I'll just leave my comments here.
Okay, all right. There was a recorded vote, I believe, that was called on this. Was there? Did you ask for a recorded vote? Sorry.
I can.
Okay, please, thank you. Madam Clerk. Sorry.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Guiberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst is absent. Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
10 affirmative.
That's affirmative. Can I ask for a 15-minute recess to 11:45? Then we'll continue the business of the day. Moved by Councillor Kerr, second by Councillor Guiberson. All those in favor of 15 minutes? Opposed? That's carried. Please be back here at 11:45, and we'll continue. The next item will be DS 2020. folks. Let's keep on moving. We've got DS 2020. This has been pulled, the Durham-Scarborough Bus Rapid Transit Project Information Center 2. This is for endorsement. Councillor McConkey, you pulled this, and this report is in the DS package, yellow package, starting on page 77, if you want to refer to it. Councillor McConkey, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have a question of staff, and I also have 2 comments.
Okay.
My
Questions
question
first,
is if Commissioner Monroe would happen to know when the PIC 3 will be. Have they scheduled, has Metrolink scheduled the PIC 3?
Commissioner Monroe, to the question, please.
Through you, Mayor Carter, they have not advised us yet, other than in spring 2020, so that could be any time from late March to mid-June.
Thank you. Councillor?
Well, I'd really like to get the public in Oshawa well informed about this, because it's a little off the radar. We had a very good presentation by Metrolinx, and we talked about this just before break on the other item, DS 2036, and Whitby's position, and ours is very complex too. But the public, I think, needs to be brought into this, and I understand the motion is to have Metrolinx bring their presentation to the BIA, the Active Transportation Advisory Committee, Accessibility Advisory Committee, and Environmental Advisory Committee, but I don't think that goes broad enough. Those, presentations are good and will be advised by those committees, but when they do a PIC, they usually have poster boards and some information blurbs, and I'm really hoping we could get those set up in City Hall before they actually have their PICs, so people are well informed. Has that ever happened before, where we've reached out and tried to get that type of information in advance so the public's a little bit better informed?
Commissioner, to the question, and I refer to page 80 when it comes to project schedules, that has taken place, I believe, at City Hall previously in November of 2019. But to the question that Councillor McConkey put forward.
Through you, Mayor Carter, there are a couple of things there. So I note that the PICs were fairly well attended at 50 and 30 people at PIC 1 and 2. The advertising for the PICs is the responsibility of Metrolink, so they undertake their normal notification process. What I can commit to is having a conversation with Commissioner Adams about whether we can use our social media suite to notify the public and remind them that the meeting is coming up. The transportation engineer from Engineering Services has advised me that he will ask Metrolinx for their poster boards, and then if we have them in advance, that we can then put them up on the first floor by Service Oshawa in advance of the PIC if it's held here at City Hall.
That would be very beneficial. Councillor?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, because we just recently had the Fire Hall Master Plan open house at the Civic Center, and they had all their poster boards, and I was thinking, they really should have a little bit more traction, and so if we could maybe even have it a policy that when we have these poster boards that are put up in various locations around the city, that they end up at a certain point in time at City Hall, so there's more people, because we have a fair number coming in here. So that was one point. And the other point is, if we could really make it firm at this early stage, if it is happening, which I have some reservations, like we've heard the comments from other members of council, but if it's happening, it has to go to Ritson. It cannot stop at Mary. I have no idea why that was. It reminds me of the 407 stopping at Simcoe Street, the phase 1 back several years ago. We have to at least get it to Ritson. So if that could be put in the recommendation, the direction, or where it goes, I don't know. I'd leave it up to Commissioner Monroe to figure that one out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. I'd like to move a small amendment to, I don't know whether you do as a part 2 or add a second sentence, that the request for a presentation on the Public Information Center 3 is not to be understood as approval or denial of the project options. I don't want people reading into our request for a Public Information Center as council's approving any of the options or denying any of the options.
You have a seconder on it, please? Councillor McConkey, thank you.
It's just normal, like we do this on planning acts.
Yeah,
It's just
No, you just want to cover the bases. That's
cover the
all.
bases,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
all.
I get it. I get it. I don't have a problem with it. It's like almost what we do with our when we go through the public meetings, right?
Yeah.
This does not constitute approval or denial of this particular file. It just covers the basis. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. It's been moved in second, Madam Clerk, just to let you know. Any debate on the amendment? No? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. On the main item itself, as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Chapman, if you don't mind, DS 2032. Councillor Mayor Pietri and myself will not be participating.
No, yeah, move your binder, please. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. DS 2032, I actually pulled it for a recorded vote to honor the, what do you call them, declarations, but people to speak to it. Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, I'd like to move that Part 2 of the recommendation be referred back to the Central Business District Improvement Area Board for further consultation with their membership.
Seconder? Boss for no second?
All right, if I can just speak to that then. I'd ask for a division, that item 2 be divided from the remainder of the
Okay.
the motion. The reason I'm not supporting that, I do not believe that the BI board consulted with their membership in any way appropriately. As I've stated previously, I don't think it should be council's role to approve the BI budget at all. But unfortunately, the province of Ontario makes it a legislative requirement that we have to approve their budget, even though we have no input, consultation, participation in the development or choosing of the budget amount. That leaves the impression in the community that the City Hall is taxing for $649,000. And we're not. It was not part of our budget process. We've not reviewed their budget. I'm never going to approve a budget I know nothing about. I'm never going to approve a budget that just gives me a monetary figure but doesn't lay out the details of their budget and how it was developed. And when you couple that, the fact that large segments of their own membership, when they tried to find out why this budget amount was set, we're told it was none of their business and that they're only there to get information. I think there has to be further consultation with the membership. It is not up to Save Oshawa to solve the BIA's problems. That's why they have their own independent organization. That's why we got out from 17 and 18, because they're not our body. We have no participation other than our one liaison representative on the board. It doesn't come through any of our standing committees for review or approval. So I think the whole process needs to be looked at. But it is absolutely unfair. If we tried to pass a budget with a public consultation to our taxpayers, we would be chastised greatly. The fact that BI is trying to do it without adequate consultation to their members is something I don't want this council drawn into. And I would have preferred it simply go back to have them do further consultation, since they've got until June to actually start collecting the amount of money. But council chose otherwise, so they'll simply be voting against Part 2 when it comes forward.
Other speakers? Councillor Giverson.
Just very briefly, there are a few things that I agree with on Councillor Nicholson's comments. I do agree that the moves to make some of these changes did happen at an ambitious pace. However, I have been all along observing and hearing from people in the downtown, businesses in the downtown, hearing and learning about the feedback, the consultation, and so forth. And it's my opinion that the case has been made that this is going to be a good move and put our BIA in a strong place. I also agree with Councillor Nicholson that it is a bit of a strange place to put municipal councils in through the act. That it gives the appearance that the council is more involved in this than in fact we actually are. But it is what it is, and I don't think that there's much we can do today to change that. I don't want to see anything further delayed in this process, though. It's at a point now where it's time to get on with it. It's time to if this BIA board and this various committees and other proponents have a vision, and it's a strong one that they want to move forward with. It's time to just get this moving, because they need at some point to be able to know what their budget is going to look like for the year that we're now in. So, with that in mind, I urge council to do as much and help them get on with the vision that they're putting forward. Thank you.
Other speakers? Councillor Gray.
I think probably the biggest disappointment here is they didn't even try and phase it. We know the clinic is going to be closing in a few years. Their BIA levy is going up by $50,000 in this, if we approve this. 2 years from now, when the clinic's closed its doors, they're not going to be able to get that $50,000 probably. And so they're now going to have to pass that on to the rest of the membership yet again. That's a mighty big hit right there. And so the fact that they haven't given any consideration to a phasing in process, I won't be able to support this recommendation that's in front of us. I know that we've been put in the untenable situation, but still somebody has to say, hey, hold on guys, you're not going to increase your levy exponentially, and then 2 years' time, come back to your own BIA members and have to make up that $50,000. No thanks.
Other speakers? Councillor McConkey.
Thank you. If I could ask a question of staff to the previous speaker's comment about the clinic closing. We'd be talking about the Oshawa Clinic on King Street, and we did have a delegation at Development Services speak from King Oshawa Clinic group that's there, and he said they're at full occupancy. I did ask if that had sold, and he indicated no. What's this now that we're hearing? This information that was just shared in public. Do we have any information on that?
Commissioner Monroe?
Through you, Councillor Chapman, my understanding is that the numbered company that owns the building, which is the made up of doctors from the Oshawa Clinic, has sold the building to a third party, and they are now a tenant within that building. And so I believe that they might be looking at opportunities to move to another location at some point in time.
But you recall, do you not, Commissioner Monroe, that the delegation that spoke on behalf of that company that fills the building with 60-odd professionals and businesses said they're at full capacity, and yes, they've been also filling the clinic up on Taunton Road, but he didn't mention anything about it closing.
No.
Would have been the opportune time, do you not think?
In fairness, he did talk about that a third party now owns the building. And pardon me? Yeah, so, and that they lease it. So what's going to happen with the rest of it is only speculation.
Yeah, speculation going on here. Okay, so I'm fully in support of the motion that we have before us, and to say it's unfair is unfair. We have to support our downtown and get it really a vibrant place where we've got people coming. And it takes money to make money, as we all know. So I fully support. I understand we have a council member on the BIA board that's in support, and I attended their AGM. I attended the committee meeting where we had speakers. There has been a true I'd say wave of support among the downtown people through the people I've met going through door to door in the downtown with the Accessibility Advisory Committee. No one was speaking ill of our downtown BIA, so I think it's time that we show that we have support and give them our best. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Interim Chair Chapman, and as the council representative on the BIA, I feel compelled to add a couple of points to this. We had a fulsome discussion at Development Services about this, and the committee supported it. And as I feel that council should support this coming forward. With respect to the one particular organization whose BIA levy will go up, a significant amount, I think what is necessary here is to provide some perspective. As it is right now, there are 60 medical doctors within the Oshawa Clinic, each of whom share that levy at a cost of $125 per year per doctor. The average downtown BIA member will see their levy go to about between $1,000 to $1,500 per year. When this levy is increased on the Oshawa Center to balance and make it equitable to the size of the organization, each doctor's rate will go to about $750 a year, which is still only $60 a month. And the average BIA member will pay about $100 a month. So is this, quote, unfair to the Oshawa Clinic? Depends whose perspective you're looking at it from. But the reason why the clinic benefits from a collective is because the costs are shared. And the same thing happens with this particular item. So a phase-in approach, if you're at the discussion at Development Services, and if you've heard the discussion from the BIA, the phase-in approach really handcuffs the development of the staffing necessary to deliver on what it is the BIA wants to achieve in the downtown to make it grow. And this is what the membership requested, almost required of the BIA to do. And in order to provide that level of service, they've actually had to cut one staff because of the budget situation this year. And the other staff members have gone on partial hours to be able to stay within budget as it stands now. So the interesting thing to me is when it was presented that, I don't know whether it's about 30 years ago when the BIA was in operation, they had to make do with, quote, a budget of only $150,000. So I asked Ivano, who is the treasurer, Ivano Labrachosa, if he would take a look at inflation, the impact on that $150,000 in today's numbers. That budget of $150,000 back then would be well over $600,000 today, and surprisingly enough, that's the budget that the BIA is looking to advance to. So no, it's not an exorbitant amount. It's putting the BIA, our BIA on a level pegging with every other BIA in the province. The reason why we took the cap off, we were only one of 2 municipalities that still had one, and it was severely holding back the BIA over the years from advancing their budget to keep pace with other BIAs of similarly sized municipalities. What the removal of the cap and what the institution of this increase does now is to put us on level pegging with other municipalities that adequately and indeed well support their downtowns. That's what our BIA members wanted. That's what this budget does. And I strongly urge council to support this recommendation coming forward. Thank you very much.
No other speakers? Okay, Madam Clerk, we'll have a recorded vote. We'll start with item number 1, recommendation number 1, paragraph 1.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marion Pietri has a declaration. Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter has a declaration.
That's carried. Next one is recorded vote on number 2, paragraph number 2. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marion Pietri has a declaration. Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Mayor Carter has a declaration. 6 affirmative.
That carries. Now we'll vote on, a recorded vote, please, on 3, 4, and the bylaw.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marion Pietri has a declaration. Councillor Marks?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Mayor Carter has a declaration. 7 affirmative.
That carries. Now, if you would, so the mayor and I don't have to play musical chairs, could I have a motion to move item CNCL 20-10 to waive the rules to change the agenda to bring that forward?
So moved.
Councillor Marks, I have a seconder. Councillor Kerr. All, okay. Recorded vote on moving it forward by Councillor Nichols. On the motion, okay, so let's waive the rules first. Then all in favor of the move? Opposed, that's carried. Okay, so now we will go to CNCL-20-10, which also incorporates bylaw 23-2020. Any speakers? Being none, a recorded vote by Councillor Nicholson, please. When you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kirk?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri has a declaration. Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Mayor Carter has a declaration. 6 affirmative.
And that carries. Okay, Mayor, you can have your chair back.
Man, oh man, heat is hot. This one's no. Yeah. So picking up on the next item that has been pulled is DS 20-34, funding for the transit-oriented development evaluation exercise for the Lakeshore East GO train extension. This was pulled by Councillor McConkey. Councillor McConkey, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have 2 points to make. One, this was well discussed by you during the announcements this morning, Mayor Carter.
Yes.
The latest news on the transit-oriented development GO station coming to Oshawa, north of the 407. I wanted to point out, just so we can maybe get a little bit of, I think, Commissioner Adams' department promoting the fact that there is the public meeting. I think it's been on Twitter. The public meeting February 29th at the Ability Center between 11:30 and 1:30, where people can go and hear and ask questions. And there's also an online link to ask questions in advance. So I really hope we can get that promoted. But this DS 2034, this has to do with the actual region's study that was commissioned, and we paid 1/3. And at the time this came to my attention before Christmas, I was asking to see the actual report, not just the summary. And staff have attached to the report that they'd actually received the invoice in November. And it was December 16th when council actually voted to pay. The invoice was, we were to pay December 14th, so before the actual council meeting. So it was never discussed at council that we hadn't actually received the actual study that we'd paid for, $47,000. So now we've received it. It's a confidential study. It's all well and good. But at the time this all came about, I made a motion to have a policy so that it's actually there, that we never find ourselves in this position again, where we're paying for something and we're not actually getting a true copy of it. And I think it was Councillor Chapman that said, oh yeah, we already have. But when I investigated to ask to see that policy, didn't see one. So I really would hope that when we realize that it's very important that we have these policies in place and we know of them, and able to refer them future councils, not just us who've been through this experience now, but someone in a few years' time. They may not, things go quickly here, as we know, at the city, and certain things might just slip through. And the idea that we allow things to slip through, of course, is kind of concerning. Appreciate that the staff made a point of not paying for something that we didn't have a true copy, but I was just looking to see that we would have a policy on it. Now, that motion was defeated at council last, but there is no policy about that other than the fact that we've gone through this now. So that's the reason I pulled it, just to alert us when we ask to have a policy on something. It is helpful. I truly believe that's why we're here. So those are my points, and that's all I had to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Councillor Nicholson, please, to the item.
I'm not going to comment on what Councillor McConkey's raised. I think she's raised that point a number of times. I'm sure staff have heard her well. I just wanted to go on record as asking for a recorded vote on this. And also to indicate that, in my view, the money we spent on this is probably the best money we've spent in a long, long time. I believe the fact that we were aggressive between Oshawa, Clarington, and the region in preparing the report, in presenting that report to Metrolinx and to the province, I think it went a long way in us achieving that the options that we wanted are the options that are being considered at this point. Anyone who had the time to read thoroughly the report that was developed saw that the option of using the CP lines through downtown, I call it through the downtown part of my ward, as all the options were in my ward, that using the CP line through the Thornton's Corners, through the former Nob Hill property, further into Curtis, and then into downtown Bowmanville, it was the only option that made any true sense. And, I think that if we had not invested our money and had not prepared this report, we may very well had the quick fix, easy solution that was being proposed of using the CN line, and that would have caused chaos in our community and a lot of lost opportunities. So there are times when government compete with each other and they don't cooperate. In this case, we had three levels of government competing, pulling in the same direction, working together, finding a proper way to explain to the province why this made sense, and basically using the province's own policies of economic development to convince them to do the right thing. Of course, the next step in the process is getting not just the approval of the Metrolinx board, because I think that will go through. I don't think Metrolinx prepared a report not to approve it. But the important thing is we need to definitely get Premier Ford and the Treasurer to release the funds. And I'm told there's already a great amount of the funds already sitting in an account. They just have to be released by the province. I would like them to take a serious look at that 70-month schedule. I don't want the sole event between now and the next provincial election to be a week before election day, someone doing a sod turning. I think we need this project's sod turning to be this year. We need the funding to be released this year. Their budget's coming up in a few weeks. Can't think of a better time to release the funds. They should give a direction to Metrolinx to make this a absolute priority and get on with construction. And I think this entire operation should be open well before the 70-month projected cycle. We've waited long enough as a community for this project to be announced. It is time for it to be built, and it's time for all the controversy to go away, and let's get on with building the stations, building the operations, and getting it done. And it would be nice if it was done in a couple of years rather than 5 years.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Marin-Pietri, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be brief. I'll just thank staff because I know that we engaged the process to do exactly what Councillor Nicholson indicated. I think you did a good job bringing council's interest and the community's interest to light. I think that the regional chair, as well as the region of Durham and its staff, along with ours and all of the staff members that were involved, and representatives from the municipality of Clarington did a great job as well. It's a transformative project. It's one that we hope finally gets delivered, and one that I think is going to be beneficial to our community for many generations. Now, when you talk about the report, I specifically want to thank staff for making sure that that they did not pay anything towards the report, if not for the product that was delivered. And on that basis, I think Commissioner Monroe and our CAO, Mr. Paul Ralph, protected not only the taxpayers, but the council from ensuring that also that we were able to put our best foot forward in that things were ironed out behind the scenes with the province and Metrolinx. And moving forward, I think that, the report was not only a needed investment, but a very strategic and significant investment in leveraging what we needed for the community. Without it, I don't believe we were able to attain what we attained. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Neal, sir, you have the floor. To the item, please.
So as of today, are there any more announcements coming forward, or just tell me through Mr. Chair to staff where are we today? Like today?
So
Thank you.
my understanding is, this week, Councillor Neal, I think you were at the announcement, but my understanding is it goes to Metrolinx board this week. What's today, the 18th? Right, this week, okay, let me just try that again. That's my understanding. Then it'll proceed to Treasury. That's my understanding. And that's why my opening comments today were that each and every member, if I could ask on behalf of the city and your roles to be able to represent and continue to be able to advocate to make sure that this project not only gets Treasury approval, but also get approval to be able to move forward. Because I think a lot of work has already been done, but we need everybody to be on board. So that's my understanding, sir.
So as a council, we just have to
continue to advocate, educate, and continue to work with our MPPs to make sure that they understand the importance of this project, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. And just 2 quick points, if I may. First of all, I think it ought to be remembered that this council was going to go all in on their own economic report to the tune of about $150,000, such to the extent that we felt this was absolutely critical to the economic and life quality of the citizens of Oshawa going forward. And then along came Clarington and the region to take approximately a third each, and what resulted was a terrific cooperative effort to reconvince the government of the necessity of this project. I would also like to add my second point that as to the economic necessity, it's also the viability. Because recently we were in receipt of a big glossy publication called Renew magazine, and inside of that was a little booklet that had the 100 biggest mega infrastructure projects in the country of Canada. And many of them related to Go Metrolinx. And one of them, 2 of them, 3 of them rather, stood out. One of them was that Hamilton is slated for $10.17 billion of Go Metrolinx development. And Toronto was scheduled for $15.67 billion, and there's Durham Region, $550 million. And yet we came together, the 2 municipalities in the region, with a plan that would, and I can't give the details, that would reduce the province's commitment to the point where there is absolutely, in my view, 0 reason how they would not go ahead with this based on the cost. To me, it's shameful that they would even consider not approving this when they're going to spend billions and billions in other municipalities, and yet this project will probably do more for the economic viability of the province than the others. There's just no concept for me as to how this could be denied at this point and why the shovels shouldn't go in the ground next week. That's how important this is. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Seeing no other speakers, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote, Madam Clerk. Oh, was it Councillor Nicholson that asked for it? All right, give it to him. No. I don't hurt your feelings. Yeah. When you're ready, Madam Clerk, please.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Guiberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Oh, yes.
11 affirmative.
Thank you very much. That was unanimous. 11-0. You took us, that's right. CNCL 20-08, Council and Committee meeting schedule was pulled by Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions off the top as I'm trying to understand the rationale for the weekly split on the 4-week schedule. Currently, what I'm understanding, it's week 1 is Corporate Services and Development Services. Week 2, Community Services Committee and Finance Committee. Week 3 is City Council. Week 4 is no meetings.
Yes.
It seems that one of the arguments that was put for going to the 4-week schedule was to allow us to move items to City Council more expeditiously.
Yes.
Would it not make more sense then that week 3 be the week with no meetings, That would allow for any emergency meetings, any special meetings to be dealt with that week, and then council be in week 4, so that we can move more expeditiously on items that come up at the later minutes. If we go with the current process of having a city council meeting in week 3, and something comes up, we'll need either a special council meeting, or we're going to look at a 4-week delay to actually get it to council. At the region, the gap week is there before the regional council meeting, not after. Why would we not look at the gap week being the week prior to council? That would allow us two weeks of committee meetings, 1 week of anything that comes up as a surprise or as urgent matter, and then council. I wonder if staff could address that.
Not really sure what staff member wants to undertake this. I think Commissioner Adams, no? You're pointing back to our clerk. So that's good leadership. That's very good leadership. Passing the buck. So Madam Clerk, to the question of Councillor Nicholson, please.
Through the chair. The whereas motion that was passed by council stated that the free week would be after the council meeting. If council wants to change that, they may do so as an amendment.
All right.
Ooh, it's already passed. This particular thing has been passed altogether. It's just the schedule we're in front of us at this time. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
It's the whereas portions that is not the action. It's just basically statements.
See, that the whereases are not part of the body of the motion. The motion doesn't tie us to the schedule. So what I'm looking for is, I want to give council the opportunity to have a gap week prior to council's meeting. Therefore, if something urgent came up, an item that the mayor yourself had to call a special meeting of a committee, or something came up between the end of the committee cycle and the 4th week council, we could fit it in there rather than fitting it after council. I'm going to wait 4 weeks to action the item.
So I'm going to presume that it could be done. It would need an amendment to be able to bring forward, but that would mean that the clerk would have to go back and redo the schedule again to be able to make sure that it coordinates with the regional meetings also. That's what would be necessary.
Yeah, I did look to, for help the clerk, I did look through the schedule.
Yes.
And it would fit. It would just mean changing the dates of the council meeting by 1 week.
Okay.
What I'm looking for, I guess, at this point is an example we had at the Harbor meeting, workforce meeting on Thursday. We had an item where we wanted to direct staff to take an action. But the council meeting was today. So we couldn't get that action for the council due to the noticing procedures, et cetera, required to do that. That motion, which actually should have been expeditious, now is going to require either a special meeting of council or waiting until March 23rd before staff can start on the process. And I'm just trying to avoid a repetition of that issue. If we can find some way to give us more flexibility in week 3, I think that will give us a more efficient week 4.
Would you like to put a motion forward?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
And I will leave the clerk to choose what wording she thinks is necessary to achieve that effort.
So the motion would to reconsider the 4-week cycle, and that city council meetings would be held on the 4th week with the 3rd week as a scheduled non-meeting time, correct? Yeah. Agree with, okay, all right, yeah, you're the boss. I don't have a problem, listen.
You said that for a long time.
Yep. So that's basically the motion, is just to flip 3 and 4?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Gray, did you have your hand up in regards to that, sir?
Yeah, I failed. Well, I don't like a 4-week schedule. I
Yes.
lost. But it doesn't matter if it's the 3rd week or the 4th week. If you have something of an urgent nature come up, and it's in the 4th week, you could still call a special, you can still have a special committee meeting, and you can still have a special council meeting. So it doesn't change anything. It's just the order in which they fall. So I don't see any merit to, amending this schedule, even though I say, personally, I think the 4-week schedule is flawed. But we have to accept that now. It's council policy. But I don't see a need to fit something in.
Okay.
I just think the fourth week is still going to be the fourth week.
Okay.
Or the third week, where you have your special meetings if you need it,
Yeah.
is still going to be the third week.
Okay, so Councillor Nicholson, you're moving that motion. Do you have a seconder? Who wants to second the motion that Councillor
I had a
Kerr?
question before we
Okay,
do
hold on a
that.
sec. You got to wait till the chair acknowledges you. So, Madam Clerk, my understanding is Councillor Nicholson has moved the motion. It's been seconded by Councillor Kerr. Councillor McConkey to
Thank
the
you.
amendment.
Actually, John Gray got a word in there, and I was thinking I would too before you, that's why I spoke out
That's
of
fine.
order. My
That's fine.
apologies, but
That's okay.
at that moment, I thought I was just following Councillor Gray. So
No,
now I'm
so go ahead.
limited to the motion. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, but you
So
could speak to it once we've, if.
Right, so could we see the motion in writing, please?
Yeah, sure.
On the screen?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
I spoke when the motion was on the floor.
Yeah.
A motion had been duly moved and seconded.
Right, so
That- the
I would
free
like
week-
to speak too.
This? Okay,
Can
go
I do
ahead.
that?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So my questions to staff. In this whole change, I concur with Councillor Gray that I'm concerned about the 4-week rotation and the time drag. Yes, we can have special meetings, but if I could ask the clerk, when does the info package come out with this new rotation?
Madam Clerk?
The info package will be published the day before the council meeting agenda is published.
Okay, and then the deadline to have a notice of motion to go in, will it be, it won't be the Tuesday of where does that fall?
Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, if council adopts, if this schedule for the 4-week rotation, the council meeting to be held in the 4th week, the agenda is published the Wednesday before, so the deadline is 4:30 the Tuesday before the Wednesday agenda is published.
So the Tuesday of the off week,
That is correct.
and the info package comes out on the Tuesday of
The same Tuesday.
off week, the same, so the same date to have in a notice of motion and
Just a sec. Hold up, guys, please.
so the info package comes out that same day, but when's the deadline for the notices to pull something from the info package?
There's no deadline when items are pulled, they're just placed on the appropriate agenda, and they go
Well-
typically through standing committees first, so it would be the following week.
So the week of the
council meeting.
council meeting will be when they have to be pulled on that Tuesday?
Correct, if they're for development services and corporate services,
Right,
then
and
it
then
would
the
be full.
following, okay,
Correct.
thank you. And then have you done a tally with this 4-week rotation of the actual number of days different between the 3-week rotation when council meets and committee meets, like the number of meetings that we are sitting in this council chamber now, has that changed?
With the chair, yes, it has.
And can you tell me how many days difference it would be?
Right, I believe with the current schedule that council had prior to passing the bylaw, it was 13 meetings a year, and now it's 10 meetings a year.
10 meetings of council?
Yep.
And then, so
Regular council.
regular council, and then are we missing committee meetings? Are we fewer committee meetings in this calendar?
Through the chair, it would be the same. 13 regular standing committee meetings, 13 regular council
13,
meetings.
so that has not changed, just the council meetings?
No, there's 10 of.
10 and 10?
Correct.
Okay, so are we able to make up that loss of time that we're putting in here by including the month of July?
That would be changing the bylaw. Council's procedure bylaw states no meetings in July and August, and no
Okay.
meetings the
Unless-
week of the March break.
Unless a special meeting is called.
So we're stuck with, we're into this now for the year. Thank
Yep.
you. That makes
Okay.
that clear.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question. The change or the suggested amendment to change from the 3rd week to the 4th week, would this affect positively or negatively the availability for the public to both access agenda information and to be notified of same in order to make a delegation?
In my opinion, no. It would, matter of fact, it gives the public the same opportunity to be able to participate. There's no disadvantaged at all, sir.
Thank you. That's my question.
Okay. Councillor Hurst, did you have your hand up in regards to this?
I didn't realize that Councillor Kerr indicated
Okay.
seconding the motion, but thank
Okay,
you for
thank you.
recognizing me.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I just as soon stay on what we are. I just did a quick, took this calendar and changed it around here. And it means, for example, in September, there won't be a council meeting, a regular scheduled council meeting, because the way it has to go, you have to move it back. And so the week of the 7th of September is Labor Day, and then there's all the meetings for regional council that we have to do it. You go to the 28th, which is right now, according to this, scheduled to be a council meeting. It would be an off week, which would push that council meeting into October. But the other thing that I noticed is that by moving it along like that, that means our last council meeting in June would be on the 15th, not the 22nd. And our last council meeting in December would be on the 7th, not the 14th, which it makes a bigger gap of when we're not here to do business. I like what Councillor Gray said. Let's just stick with this schedule. If we need a special meeting because somebody has something that requires, there's a couple ways to get special meetings. A committee can be called at the will of the chair or by a majority of the members of the committee, and council can be called at the will of the mayor or at a majority of councillors that petition the clerk. So there's lots of opportunity to do that. I'd just as soon stay with what we are. And if at the end of the year we find that there is some issues, then perhaps we can change it in 2021 to a different schedule. But right now, I won't support the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You've already spoken to it. No, we've already gone round. So there's a recorded vote that is being called by Councillor Nicholson in regards to this item. It is the amendment that is in front of us right now that we're voting on. Please, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Nicholson? Councillor Chapman?
No.
Councillor Guyberson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mempietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Mayor Carter?
No.
7 negative.
7 negative. The item's in front of us still. Councillor Nicholson?
Just a further question to deal with the September date issue. I'm looking at the council bylaw, and it says that we're not required to have meetings in July.
Mm-hmm.
I have no problem with that. But we're also not having meetings in August.
Yep.
Why could we not move the committee meetings up to the last week of August and then move the council meeting forward? This would have a knock-on effect of actually allowing us to add a further council meeting in December, still maintaining the 4-week schedule. I'm a little concerned about the issue of going from 13 meetings times 5 organizations down to 10. We've gone from 65 meetings to 50. I'm looking at the schedule as it's listed now. The last council meeting would be on the 22nd of June, and the next meeting isn't until the 7th of September. That's 11 weeks. And one starts wondering why we, as region does, why we can't have the committee structure start up in the last week of August that allow us to go around the Labor Day issue and allow us to work the schedules out. Right now, we're looking at the last meeting of council would be on the 14th of December. But if you bump those up by 1 week and bumped all the others to follow through, you actually add an additional council meeting on the 21st of December. So I'm just wondering, why staff didn't consider using some of August, given the fact that there's no prohibition of council meetings in August. I wonder if staff could address that.
I believe you can find it in our procedural bylaw under 8.2D. Subject to section 8.5 of this bylaw, no regular council meetings will be held in July and August or during the week of March break. That's part of our procedural bylaw, therefore the
It says
clerk-
July and August?
July
Oh.
and August, and that's the reason why, sir.
Then I stand corrected. I believe the passage said only July. That must have been a change
Yes,
that
sir.
occurred in my absence, so.
Yes, sir.
Just to be fair, I have a hard time with an 11-week summer holiday. I think it makes more sense to use the last week of August. I would simply have a staff give some consideration to it in counselors, and we can always readdress this at another time. But I'm looking at the schedule the way it's listed now. For those of us that didn't support the 4-week schedule to start with, one of our arguments was it means less meetings. Well, now it's confirmed. 3 less committee meetings, 3 less council meetings. What for all intents and purposes, a 25% reduction in meetings. I haven't noticed anybody offering a 25% reduction in salary, probably less meetings.
The work is not going to be less, sir. It
Well, if
will
it's less-
not be less. I'm sorry, I disagree with that
I
statement
totally
altogether.
agree with that. The work is not going to be less, it's going to be longer because there's less meetings.
Matter of fact, a big part of this is the amount of work. So go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's okay, you can interrupt me whenever you want, you're the mayor.
Thank you.
I guess the concern I have is that we have a hard time selling the 4-week schedule to start with, to many in the community. To then have this major gap in the summer months, I think, is also problematic. So I'm not going to make any changes today because I think it'd be on the fly.
Sure.
But I think it makes sense for staff to go back and take a look at our bylaws, look at our procedures, and at least come back with a draft to show what would the schedule look like if we did kick in the committee structure at the last week of August. And could that have a knock-on effect of actually getting us to 11 meetings a year as opposed to 10, while still retaining the 4-week schedule? I think you're going to find towards the end of the year that our council agendas are going to get longer and longer. And having that one additional meeting before the end of December, I've found in past councils it has been very helpful in dealing with issues and getting them off the table. If not, I draw your attention that the last meeting is on December 14th of 2020, and the next meeting isn't until the 24th of January the following year. Excuse me, 25th of January the following year. That means we're going to have a 6-week gap between council meetings. I think that is problematic, and we can address both with a small tweaking.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hurst. Sorry, Councilor Hurst.
Thank you. I'm supportive of the 4-week schedule right from the get-go. I just want to be clear on that. But my understanding, was that logistically, I had thought that committee meeting, gap week, council meeting, some more efficient way of carrying out meetings and, just better for time management overall. So that's why I'm supportive of what Councillor Nicholson's saying today. Secondly, with review of the procedural bylaw and that we do not have meetings according to the bylaw, according to procedures for the March break, that baffles me as an individual because we're not the school board and I can't understand why we do not do business. The rest of the world does work during the March break, and not everybody goes away during the March break, and not everyone has children in the school system. So that's, to me, philosophically, I don't understand why we have to recognize that. And also, when you start diving into this a little bit more, the length of time between meetings, I know during Christmas, New Year's, et cetera, but then I don't see how onerous it would be, for example, to have a meeting committee meeting on August 31st in order to make the schedule work better. Being a first time counselor, I found it really interesting after we were finished in June and then walking into City Hall, how quiet it became because everybody's on holidays. And I totally get that everybody gets holidays. And
remember,
and I
the work
that.
does not stop.
I do.
The work does not stop.
I am fully aware of that.
Okay.
I know we've got lots of busy beavers in this building and other parts of the city, but it's amazing as an observance. Like, you can just feel the difference. And because there's less people here, they're booked on holidays, their family time, and the last one who would ever say, don't spend summer vacation with your family. Makes you appreciate your work family sometimes when you get back. So it's just that, as I said, from the get-go, I'm supportive of the 4-week.
Okay.
And my understanding was it was going to be committee, gap week, council meeting. That was my understanding. I don't want to hold anything up. I just wanted
Okay.
to express my opinion, sir.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, recorded vote. I've called for it, please.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst? On the calendar.
On the calendar?
The recommendation.
Correct. As it is. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mempietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
9 affirmative.
9 affirmative. All right, folks, it is 12, I'm going to say it's 12:45. We have our closed portion that we still have to deal with. I'm going to ask us to take an hour for lunch, so I'll need a motion to recess.
So moved.
Hold up, just give me a second, and then we'll come back and deal with the closed portion of our agenda at that particular time. Moved by Councillor Mempietri.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Marks. All those in favor? Did you say recorded vote? Okay. On lunch. Okay. Recorded on a lunch break from 12:45 to 1:45. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please. Councillor Nicholson.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mempietri? Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Mayor Carter?
Yes,
7 affirmative.
passes. See you back here at 1:45, folks.
Okay.
I've called this meeting back to order. It is February the 18th, 2020. We are now dealing with the items that are listed in your agenda as the closed consent agenda. Councillor Chapman, do you have a motion to adopt all items on the closed consent agenda, sir?
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giberson, that all items listed under the heading of closed consent agenda for the February 18th, 2020 council meeting be adopted as recommended.
Any polls? Councillor Giberson?
DS 2028.
2028?
That's correct.
Councillor Marks?
Fin 2014.
Okay. Any other? Being none, on the remainder, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Chapman, do you have a motion to go into closed in regards to these two items, sir? DS 2028 and Fin 2014, sir?
By myself, seconded.
Oh, Mike, please, sir.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giberson, that pursuant to the Municipal Act, this meeting be closed to the public in order to consider the following items. DS 2028 pursuant to Section 239(2)C, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land, and Fin 20-14 pursuant to Section 239(2)F, that's solicitor-client privilege.
Thank you. That's been moved and seconded to go on a close. All those.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote, Madam Clerk. Called by Councillor McConkey. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes?
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes?
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marpietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
9 affirmative.
9 affirmative. That means the motion to go into closed session is passed. If you'll give us a moment, please.
There's a way to get it resolved where we can work together and truly share our planned ideas and their planned ideas and see if there's a way of being able to amalgamate both of them so that we can move forward. But it's really important we have a good relationship with the Hamilton Oshawa Port Authority, and I feel confident that we're going to be able to accomplish that.
If a compromise cannot be reached, then what is your recourse?
So what happens is we're going to continue on the process of trying to expropriate the property. It'll go through a hearing process, and we'll have to wait and see what the process does. Under the Expropriation Act, especially for municipalities, you have to be able to show that we have a purpose for it, that we're going to pay a fair market value, and that we were unable to kind of resolve the issue prior to coming to some type of committee to be able to get an answer. But our intent is we're committed. We believe it's the right move, and we're acting on behalf of our residents and citizens.
All right, let's move on to tent cities.
Sure.
Oshawa, one of those communities where you have tent cities.
Our city, along with every city across Canada, has individuals that are unsheltered and that are struggling both with mental health and addiction, and some people just have made a decision not to participate in society. What I can tell you as I sit here in your studios is that everybody that wants shelter, we can give